Hello, everyone. Welcome to the District Invitational Meet. We're just waiting for things to get started. I assume we're going to have Pledge of Allegiance coming up as well, so we're just going to stand by for a minute and wait for this to get started. Welcome everyone. We're on Heat 1 of the women's 200-yard medley relay in lane 3. And I'm not even sure who all of the teams are today. We have, I think, 11 teams here today. So I don't even have a list of who all the teams are in front of me. So I'm sorry. I'll have to learn on the fly who everybody is. Would this be Pleasant Grove? PG, probably. In lane 3, Pleasant Grove, we have Paige McNown, Avery, Elizabeth Stobert, and Jane Sanderson. In lane 4, for Mountain View, we've got Erica, Madison Wynn, Elizabeth Wilson, and Reina Ordonez. In lane 5, we've got Pleasant Grove, Kate Platt, Soraya Apo, Rudy Homer, and Chloe Ferrer. So we apologize as we're getting started here. We're getting reports of some issues with people being able to access this link. So just hoping, if you're watching this, are you in it? Can you see it? Can you hear it? I show that we have viewers, so. Can you get in it? Yeah. No, it's up. So it looks like Pleasant Grove in lane 5 is going to win this first heat for the relay, with Pleasant Grove in lane 3 finishing off in second. All right, we're going to try and just get things sorted out on the fly here. That's how it usually goes. So for the second heat, in lane 1, we have Westlake. In lane 2, we have Cedar Valley High School. Lane 3 is Lehigh. Lane 4 is, I don't know. Lane 5 is Skyridge. Lane 6 is Westlake. Lane 7 looks like Mountain View. And lane 8 is Orem. So in lane 2, Alyssa Roth. In lane 4, Mimi Johnson going the wall together. Mimi gets a little better turn up in lane 4. But Alyssa looks like she's going to pull ahead in lane 2 for Cedar Valley, potentially. They're going to go in the wall together. Lanes 2 and 4 for first place. Lane 3 right behind them. LPHS, I don't know what high school that is. That's who's in lane 4. Got Isabella Robinson in the water in lane 4. Lane 3 for Lehigh is Madeline Wilkinson, who's trying to pull that gap even. Actually, looks like she might be pulling ahead going into the wall. And in Lone Peak, okay. And in lane 2, it's like Ashwin Lockwood for Cedar Valley. So Madeline pulls ahead for Lehigh. Lehigh takes the lead in lane 3 with Addison Zobrist in the water. But Addison's getting a little bit of pressure from Isabel Arnett for that. Now Cedar Valley is in trouble for that third place spot right now up in lane 7. Nope, that's up in lane 6. Westlake is making a move for that third place spot. So we've got a race for first and second and a race for third, dead even for third with 3 possible teams with a shot at it. In first place, it is a race. It looks like in Lehigh, Rylan Smith is pulling a slight advantage, but Sophie's pushing hard into the wall. Rylan just hang on by 1/10 of a second to win that. Cedar Valley comes back and takes the third place spot in second in lane 2.
All right, are we on heat 3?
Heat 3.
All right. Heat 3, we have Orem, lane 1, Olivia Smith, McKenna Richards, Addison Brown, Maddie Garside. Lane 2 is Pleasant Grove, Robin Hall, Mackenzie Cook, Callie Bro, Paige Bishop. Lane 3 is Skyridge, Danny Cannon, Jade Matthews, Kate Pullman, Caitlin Andrews. Lane 4 is, I think, American Fork. Sorry, we've got initials here. Livy Adamson, Eden Anderson, Emma Harding, Maddie Anderson. Lane 5 is Lone Peak, Kennedy Bennett, Ava Clegg, Grace Wilson, Dylan Egbert. Lane 6 is also AFHS, which I'm guessing is American Fork. I just want to make sure I've got this. It is American Fork. Okay, American Fork. Haley Watts, Hannah Shields, Grace Dean, Paisley Hartle. Lane 7, Timpanogos, Raiden Harris, Cassie Kutham, Evie Murdoch, Abby Pickard. Lane 8 is Westlake, Olivia B, Reagan Wardle, Olivia Bell, and Hallie Larson.
So in lane 5, we got Lone Peak, and in lane 3, we've got Skyridge. Danny for Skyridge and Kennedy Bennett for Lone Peak, who are going to hit the wall pretty much together. They exchange at exactly the same time. Up in lane 5, looks like Ava gets a better, she really gets a good start off the block and pulls about a half a length out over Skyridge, Jade Matthews. Lane 4, Eden is trying to make that play for second place right now. But up in lane 5, Anna has pulled a clear advantage out for Lone Peak High School. They hit their exchange. Lanes 3 and 4 are going to go close to each other. So lane 5, we've got Grace Wilson in the water for Lone Peak. And lane 4, we've got Emma Harding in the water for American Fork. And for Skyridge in lane 3 is Kate Pullman. Now Kate Pullman takes some of that, actually takes that deficiency back and is going to have a full body length and change on American Fork in lane 4. Lehigh is checking out in lane 5 with Dylan Egbert in the water. We've got a race for third place though now. Second place is being taken over in lane 3 with Caitlin Andrus for Skyridge, but we have a neck and neck heat for third place. Up in lane 7, Abby Picard for, I'm assuming Tooele, really made a move. Who's going to hit first? Lane 7 takes that third place spot, so Tooele High School with Abby Picard in the anchor leg makes that happen. It was a good race. All right, we're on to heat. We're on boys.
Okay, in lane 3 we have Orem, Holden McCord, Marcus McCord, Kata Hibino, and Chase Anderson. Lane 5 is Pleasant Grove. Gabe Polson, Sam Polson, Camden Newman, Josh Ibarra. Lane 6 is Pleasant Grove. Trevor Pincock, Trevor Francis, Aiden Borchardt, and Mason Cragen. We apologize if we pronounce your swimmers' names wrong.
Or if we get the school wrong, or what we need is a list of. Oh, you want to write it on my sheet really quick? So Lone Peak, Mountain View, American Fork. What's this one?
Timpanogos.
Timpanogos. Oh, I called Timpanogos as Tooele earlier, I think.
Timpanogos, yeah.
Like we weren't even entirely sure how many schools are here, to be honest with you. So. So it looks like it's just lanes 6 and 5.
So no Orem then.
No Orem in the water. So Gabe Polson for Pleasant Grove, right?
So they're both
These are both Pleasant
they're
Grove.
Both Pleasant Grove. Yep.
So PG, that's going to be Pleasant Grove. All right. So Gabe Polson gets the advantage in that initial 50 over Trevor Pincock. And we've got Sam Polson and Trevor Francis in the water. Sam Polson in lane 5 and Trevor Francis in lane 6. So on the exchange for lane 5, Camden Newman's in the water. And Aiden Borchardt in the water in lane 6. And Josh Ibarra hits the water in lane 5. And we've got Mason Cragen hitting the water in lane 6. And this will be the last 50 yards for this heat. Again, let us know if you're hearing audio. I think we asked earlier and we got positives. We're getting some reports that maybe audio is not working.
I can hear it.
So heat 2 is kicked off. In lane 1 we have Westlake. Lane 2 we have Timpanogos. Lane 3 is Mountain View. Lane 4 is
Lone Peak.
Lane 5 is Sky Ridge. Lane 6 is Westlake. Lane 7 is Sky Ridge. And lane 8 is Cedar Valley High School. In lane 3 and 5, Mountain View and Sky Ridge are going at it. Lane 3 is Mountain View with Jacob Thompson in the water. And Tyler Wilson in the water in lane 5 for Sky Ridge. There's your battle for first as it stands. Battle for second is equally tight as the battle for third is equally tight. With Westlake's Andrew Brown and Lehigh's Hiroto. So Mountain View and Sky Ridge are going to hit the wall pretty much together. Sky Ridge just comes in a little ahead, gets a better exchange. Aiden Merrill in the water for Sky Ridge in lane 6 with Jackson in the water for Mountain View in lane 3. But we've got a fast flyer up there in lane 6 in Matthew Buchanan, who has brought Westlake into this battle for that second place spot right now. Skyridge is kind of checking out depending on this anchor swim. Well, Westlake has brought themselves into the second place spot. So lane 5, Skyridge, Connor Breach bringing it home. Lane 6 for Westlake, David bringing it in for second place. And then in third place down in lane 3. Sorry, that was Lone Peak in lane 4.
Yeah.
We try to get these names right.
There's a lot of schools here today.
We got a lot of swimming going on today.
Okay, our heat 3, we have Skyridge in lane 1, Lehigh lane 2, Westlake lane 3, Pleasant Grove lane 4, lane 5 American Fork, lane 6 Orem, lane 7 is Lone Peak, and lane 8 is American Fork.
So lanes 1 and 3 hit the wall together with Nate Moore for Skyridge and Skylar Torgensen for Westlake going head to head in this backstroke, leading out fast. And they hit the exchange at the same time. Lane 1, sorry, that was Spencer Stowers for Skyridge and Brandon Black. Now we've got Nate Moore in the water in lane 1. We've got Skylar Torgensen in lane 3, and Bridger Smith in lane 2 for Lehigh has put Lehigh back in contention, and he's going to try and pull even. Lanes 1 and 2 in together. We've got lane 1, Taylor Brown in the water. Lane 2, Bryce Broadhead. Lane 3, Cameron Barney. Lehigh starting to surge, pull ahead into contention for this first place spot, but not ahead enough yet to call it theirs. Bryce putting in a great swim in the butterfly. Down to the anchors. Tanner Bergstrom in the water for Lehigh. Benjamin Summerhays in the water for Westlake. And Tanner Bergstrom in the water for Skyridge. Lehigh looks like they've got this wrapped up. Sorry, Wade Ogden for Skyridge in lane 1. Wade is making a push. He's trying to steal that second spot, which he might do. Skyridge might take it, the second spot away, which they do. Wade Ogden does a good swim and just surpasses Benjamin Summerhays to take that first spot.
Skyridge PR'd at 1:45.18, so nice job. Okay, our next is our women's 200-yard freestyle. In lane 2, we have Brindy Wingett for Mountain View. Lane 3 is Emma Bartholomew for Lone Peak. Lane 4 is Reina Ordonez for Mountain View. Lane 5 is April Garrett for Orem, and lane 6 is April Lopez for Mountain View. None of the girls have a C time in this except for Raina at 3:15:40. This doesn't work. Will you give me a different one out of Dad's backpack?
Excuse me. All right.
Right now we've got Emma ahead with Lone Peak, who does not have a C time yet in this.
All right, so we're at 100 yards. So we're at the halfway point in this race. And it is Emma Bartholomew from Lone Peak who is leading out. She's clear advantage right now. So it looks like, I think, Jen, did you say it's her first time on this race? She doesn't have a time set yet, so. So Emma's on her last, she's coming up on her last 25 yards, I think, unless I'm way off. No, I think that's right. So she's got her head down and she's digging to finish this last one, and she's going to be, obviously she's going to win this race. Finishes with a 2:24. Okay, we're wrapping up this heat. Sorry, we've got a few things going on here in the background, so didn't call out everybody as much as I would have liked to. But we're on to heat 2 for the women's 200-yard free.
Okay, in heat 2, we have Rachel Huddison for Pleasant Grove. Lane 2 is Aubrey Steed with Mountain View. Lane 3, Paige Bishop, Pleasant Grove. Lane 4, Dory Tweedy, Cedar Valley. Lane 5, Taylor Christensen for Lone Peak. Lane 6, Dana Vasquez for Pleasant Grove. Lane 7 is Eva Cheney, Westlake. And lane 8 is Erica Farger for Mountain View. The time to be in this is Dory in lane 4. She's at a 2:21.66.
So Dory is leading out in lane 4.
I was going to say, what's her time?
So Dory's leading out in lane 6, but you've got Taylor Christensen who's just pacing right off her hip. Now, I think a lot of you have heard me say this before, but it is an interesting race because you have to pace yourself to some degree, but you can't pace yourself too much. It's a mix between a sprint and a distance event. So those two are just pacing right off each other, just neck and neck. It's really going to come down to what those last 50 yards look like for them, because they're just matching each other stroke for stroke right now. In lane 6, we've got Dana Vasquez, who's holding on for third, just off the heels of Dory. Dory gets a slightly better turn, gets about a shoulder ahead on that turn. But Taylor's trying to swim her way back even with her right now. Looks like Taylor's starting to get a little more tired in the water. Again, Dory gets a really good turn, puts a little space between her and Taylor. And Taylor's just trying to swim back that gap. Last turn. And Dory puts about a full half a body length on her. Now she has to not let Taylor swim her back down. It's going to be close going in, but it looks like Dory's going to hold that lead. As she does, she touches in just a second, just a 3/4 of a second ahead
She PR'd.
with Dana Vasquez coming in third.
Yeah, nice. Dory PR'd at 2:20.72. Paige came in at 2:21.42. So both of them PR'd, so nice job. Okay, heat 3. We have Olivia Smith, lane 1,
So
Orem.
she's
Lane 2 is McKay
far.
Louder for Westlake. Lane 3, Maddie Garside, Orem. Lane 4, Addison Zobrist, Lehigh. Lane 5, Olivia Davis, American Fork. Lane 6, Abigail Kendall, Cedar Valley. Lane 7, Dayton Call, Pleasant Grove. And lane 8 is Danielle Hardy for Cedar Valley.
Danielle gets a good start. But this is going to be, she's on the tail end of a fast heat for her. So she's swimming against a 2:13, and her best time is a 2:21. Danielle's my daughter, that's why I'm calling her out.
Addison's got the time to beat it, yeah, 2:13.
So up in lane 5, we've got Olivia Davis for American Fork, who's leading the field right now. But she's got Addison Zobrist from Lehigh just staying right on her hip at the moment. Danielle up in lane 8 for third place. Goes in the wall together with Abigail Kendall with Maddie Garside in lane 3. So Olivia Davis is stretching her advantage right now in lane 5 with Addison Zobrist just staying on her heels. The battle for third is kind of becoming everybody's battle, but right now up in lane 6, it looks like it's Abigail Kendall who is solidifying that third place spot. This is the last 50 yards. Olivia continues to hold an advantage. I think she's got that clearly. Abby Kendall in lane 6 is making a push for that second place spot, though. She's trying to put some pressure on Addison Zobrist down in lane 4. Danielle's holding tough up in lane 8. She could PR if she keeps going at a decent speed here. So Olivia Davis is going to come in to win.
Yep.
Abby Kendall looks like she might take that second place spot away from Addison Zobrist. Looks like she's going to touch in that second place spot, and she does.
Olivia PR'd, so nice job. She came in at 2:11.79. She dropped a few seconds, so that's impressive. Lane 6, yeah, Abby takes second at 2:15.17, so she PR'd as well.
Danielle Hardy did PR by 9/100ths of a second, but she did PR. All right, heat 4. This is our last heat, our fast heat.
Sophie Topham for Lone Peak is in lane 1. Shelby Clegg, lane 2. American Fork, lane 3 is Emma Brewer. Lane 4, Caitlin Andres. Lane 5, Taylor Bennett. Lane 6, Paige Kelsey. Lane 7, Hallie Larson. And lane 8 is Taya Reiser. Taya.
And we've got some fast times. Skyridge and Lone Peak. Lane 4, Caitlin Andrus swimming a 1:55 is her seed time. And Taylor Bennett with a 1:58. So those are some, these are 20-plus seconds quicker than many of the girls who just swam the last heat. So we've got some seriously fast times here. In lane 4, Caitlin Andrus pulling a half a body length ahead on Taylor Bennett. Those two look locked in. I think everything at this point is going to be a race for third. Up in lane 8, we've got Taya Reiser, who's holding on to that third spot up in lane 8. Be interesting to see if she can continue to hold that pace or if she's going to fall back as this goes on. Taylor Bennett is just staying right with Caitlin Andrus, just trying to pace herself off of her speed. And Taya Reiser still hanging on up top in lane 8. All right, last 50 yards coming up. Taylor has a good turn. Actually pulls a little bit of time in. I don't know that she's going to have enough in the tank to pull Caitlin in. She again another good turn. Caitlin turning on the jets with whatever she's got. She has this locked up in first place with Taylor Bennett coming in second. Up in lane 8, Taya is trying to hold on to that third spot, and I think she's going to get it. And Taya drops a ton of time. She drops 7 seconds up in lane 8 for a PR.
Impressive. Nice job. Okay, our men's 200-yard freestyle is up next. In lane 3, we have Jack Fowler for Orem. Lane 4 is Wyatt Peterson for Mountain View. And lane 5 is Adam Del Castillo Call for Lehigh. Beautiful.
It's great to see you guys. I've got my oldest daughter behind me making fun of me right now. It's here.
Where's my water bottle?
Did you announce names, babe? Did you announce names? Yes? Okay. See, there's always a lot going on here, especially with this many people. It's crazy. So up in lane 5 is Adam Del Castillo. Del Castillo Call. We're just going to call him Adam. And he is, at the moment, well ahead of the rest of the group. We got Jack Fuller in lane 3, Wyatt Peterson in lane 4. So that's the first 100 yards, I believe, right there, with Adam out front.
I don't know if you said this. None of the boys have a seat time yet, so.
Yeah, it's actually not till heat.
It's
actually not till heat 3 that everybody has a seat time. So we've got some people who've never swum this. Several. Never swam. I guess it's not swum.
Have swam? I don't know. I don't know.
That's the one event I can't forget. Now my toes are undone. I can't ever put my toes up for my race.
Yeah.
So we've got Adam making his last turn here.
Oh my God.
And he's going to finish this race off well ahead of the group. And he finishes setting his inaugural time of a 2:28.92. And in lane 3, Jack Fowler finishes with the 2:50.34. And we've got Wyatt Peterson finishing up in lane 4. With a mistouch on the mat.
Yep.
It's all right.
Okay, our heat 2, we have Carter Hawks for, it's Timpanogos, right? So many names on this list. Maxwell Wright for Mountain View is in lane 3. Lane 4 is Marcus McCord for Orem. Lane 5 is Gavin Reed for Mountain View. Lane 6 is Thomas Mancilla Donoso for Mountain View. I'm sure I pronounced that wrong. And Lane 7 is Gavin Casper for Skyridge. The time to beat in this is Marcus McCord at 2:40.69.
Right, but it's with several no times in there, so those no times you never quite know what you're going to get. Up in lane 7, we've got Gavin Casper, also someone who's setting his first time, who's pulling out to the early lead. So it looks like we don't have anybody in lanes 2 and 3. So Marcus McCord in lane 4 is in second place. And in third place, we've got Thomas Mancia Donaso and Gavin Reed in lane 5. So Gavin Casper up in lane 7, just stretching out to a comfortable lead at the moment. But in lane 6, we've got Thomas putting pressure on Marcus McCord in lane 4. Marcus kind of was out there in second place with a solidified fairly well, but Thomas is making a move for Mountain View High School. We've got Gavin Casper on his last 50 yards. He's got first place, looking like it's locked up. Thomas in lane 6. It's stretched out that second place, and unless he's out of gas, it looks like he's going to be able to take that away from Marcus McCord in lane 4. Gavin sets a time of a 2:19.91. Thomas's finishes with a 2:34. Takes that second place spot. And Marcus McCord coming in to finish for Orem with a 2:44.50. And Gavin Reed finishes up with a 2:51.22. All right.
Okay, our heat 3. We have Jacob Watson for American Fork in lane 1. Lane 2 is Cody Romrell for Mountain View. Lane 3 is Aiden Keogh for Westlake. Lane 4 is Benjamin Summerhays for Westlake. Lane 5, Parker Louder, Westlake. Lane 6, Ashton Hellwell Lehigh. Lane 7 is Isaac Villamar for Mountain View. And lane 8 is Holden McCord for Orem. The time to beat in this is Benjamin in lane 4, but right now...
It's way too early.
Yeah.
Again, a race where you'll see some slightly different strategies of how fast to come out versus how much to save for later. Everybody swims it a little differently. Notice in lane 4, Benjamin Summerhays didn't come out particularly fast. Kind of was in third place going into the wall in that first 50.
Well,
but just holding a steady pace, looks like he's going to be in the lead going into this first 100.
Yeah, they're all Westlake swimmers, really slotted for first, second, and third, so we'll see how it pans out here.
Yeah, lanes 4 and 5, Westlake. Lane 6 up there is a Lehigh swimmer. That's Ashton Hellowell. So it's looking like Westlake, Lehigh right now, just lined up. So on that last turn, we've got Benjamin Summerhays in lane 4, trying to hold off his teammate, Aiden Coig. in lane, no, sorry, Parker Louder in lane 5. Yeah. There's her race in. Parker's trying to deny Benjamin. He might. Parker did. Parker put on the jets, stretched out, and just out-touched Benjamin for that first place spot. He just kind of bided his time and made his move at the last second. Ashton Hellowell for third
and
place.
Actually PR'd at 2:16.12. He dropped quite a few seconds, like almost 4 seconds. So nice job to him. Our heat 4, we have Mason Cragen for Pleasant Grove lane 1. Lane 2, Gavin Arnett for Lone Peak. Lane 3 is Jonah Mendenhall. Pleasant Grove lane 4, Luca Falabella for Pleasant Grove. Lane 5, David Hoyle for Lone Peak. Lane 6, Christopher Combe for Lone Peak. Lane 7, Tanner Bergstrom for Lehigh. And lane 8 is Scott Anderson for Westlake. Again, the time in this to beat, it looks like is Luca with Pleasant Grove.
Yeah, so David Hoyle in lane 5 for Lone Peak, going out fast. He's gone out the quickest anyway. He's got company by Tanner Bergstrom from Lehigh up in lane 7. Now Luca's sticking around as well in lane 4. He's not out of this by any means. We're only going into the first 100 at this point. Luca and David are only separated by 1/10 of a second on their seed times. It just depends who has the better day today. So David in lane 5 continues to lead. Yeah. Luca in lane 4 is even with Tanner up in lane 7. So Tanner got a better turn there and slots into second spot there after that turn. But we got company coming in lane 3 as well with Jonah Mendenhall trying to get in there, fight for that second place spot. So we got 3 people fighting for second potentially as we go into the last 50 yards.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think at this point, second is up for grabs.
Second is up for grabs by everybody. Jonah Mendenhall is making a push in lane 3, and he's got Gavin Arnett in lane 2 is trying to get in there. I don't think he's got enough room to do it. He might do it in lane. Jonah Mendenhall in lane 3 might out-touch for that second place spot. He has saved a little bit in the tank. No, he does not. Barely. He comes in third place, though. That was a good race.
Yeah.
All right, heat 5.
Okay, heat 5. Lane 1, we have Gage Tobiason for Mountain View. Lane 2, Max Peterson, American Fork. Lane 3, Chandler Iyer for American Fork. Lane 4, Cole Ehat for American Fork. Lane 5, Davis Miller, American Fork. Lane 6 is Nathan Dutton for Lone Peak. Lane 7, Bryce Broadhead, Lehigh. And lane 8 is Kai Nidegger for Pleasant Grove.
And we've got a 149 and 2 150s on this in the middle lanes. Chandler, all of these are American Fork. Chandler in lane 3, seed times of 150. Cole in lane 4, seed times of 149.72. And Davis Miller in lane 5 is seed time of 150 flat. Having said all of that, up in lane 7 is Bryce Broadhead, who has gone out really fast.
Yeah.
Now, has he gone out too fast, or is he just going to smoke everybody? And we didn't expect it.
He's looking really strong.
Because that was not expected on the heat sheets. He's well out ahead right now. Aaron Chandler in second place right now in lane 3. Cole in third and Davis in fourth. Those 3 are just tight. And it looks like up in lane 7, Bryce Broadhead is starting to fade. The pack is starting to catch him. But I don't know if they can get to him.
He's still super strong.
Chandler's making a move. Chandler might be able to catch up with him, but I think Bryce has enough buffer that he's going to take this, which was not expected on the heat sheet. Bryce is going to touch first for first place. It looks like Chandler's going to take that second place spot with Davis, with third place, lane 5. Davis taking third.
Bryce PR'd he came in at 147.67, had a C time of 154, so he dropped quite a bit of time, so nice job to him. 150.09. Chandler also PR'd, it looks like, so yeah, nice job. That was a good swim. Okay, our women's 200-yard IM is up next. In lane 1, we have Jane Sanderson. Lane 2, Paige McCowan. Lane 3 is Mimi Johnson. Lane 4, Robin Hall. Lane 5, Mackenzie Cook. Lane 6, Haley Edwards. Lane 7, Kennedy Waite. And lane 8 is Sydney Harding. The time to beat in this is Robin Hall with Pleasant Grove at 2:37.12.
So in lane 4, Robin Hall came out strong in that butterfly and put herself in a commanding lead for this heat. But it's just a question of, does someone have a much better stroke in one of these different events to close that gap? Mimi Johnson looks like she's pulling some of that time back, but not enough yet to do anything about it. Battle for third is between lanes 7 and 5. Kennedy Waite in 7 and Kenzie Cook in 5 currently. Although lane Haley Edwards in lane 6 has put herself right in that.
Really, second place at this point is, I feel like, still anybody's game. Robin is still looking really strong.
Yeah, she hasn't really given up much of that lead at all. Mimi's trying to cut into it, but hasn't been able to do much to do it. Mackenzie Cook in lane 5. And Haley Edwards in lane 6 are fighting for that third place position. They are right now definitely the ones in contention for that third place spot. Robin Hall is on her last 50 yards with freestyle. Mimi Johnson makes a turn. Now Mimi Johnson could have some company from Mackenzie. Mackenzie has closed the gap. But it looks like Mimi's going to start stretching it out on this freestyle leg. So Robin Hall's going to cruise in for first. Mimi looks like she's got second taken care of. And it looks like Haley Edwards up in lane 5. No, Mackenzie Cook in lane 5 is going to hold on for that third place position.
Nice. Robin just a little bit slower than her PR time. Mimi, 2:41.98. So yeah, both of them just a little bit slower than their C times, but nice swim. Okay, our heat 2. In lane 1, we have Haley Watts with American Fork. Lane 2, Emma Harding, American Fork. Lane 3, Grace Wilson for Lone Peak. Lane 4 is Eden Anderson, American Fork. Lane 5, Lily Hyde, Pleasant Grove. Lane 6, Haley Tiffany, Lone Peak. Lane 7 is Kate Pullman for Skyridge. And lane 8 is Alicia Thomas for Lone Peak. Eden, hopefully we're saying that correctly, is the one to beat.
We've got some pretty quick times here. We've got, Grace in lane 3. How do you say lane 4? What's her name?
Eden, hopefully. I'm not sure we're saying that correctly.
We're going to say it's Eden. And Lily in lane 5. They are all within about a second of each other.
So quick.
So in lane 5, you see Lily Hyde, and in lane 3, Grace Wilson. Strong butterfly go out there. Up in lane 6 as well with a good butterfly was Haley Tiffany. Lily Hyde leading, but just into the wall. She's got company from Haley Tiffany in lane 6, along with Grace Wilson in lane 3. These three have kind of pulled away from the pack right now. It is anyone's race. No one's far enough ahead to call it yet. Haley in lane 6 got a little better turn, I think, than Lily did hitting the wall. Now you've got Grace Wilson in lane 3 making up some of that gap. And here we see Eden in lane 4. Strong breaststroke. She has made up a lot of the deficit she had in those first two contests, and she is pulling herself into contention here as well with just this breaststroke leg. Really strong breaststroke from her. She made up a ton of time. So Lily Hyde still holding on in lane 5. Race for second
Really?
between Grace and Eden in 3 and 4 right now. I don't know that Haley has enough in lane 6 to compete for the second spot.
It'll be, yeah, second will be an interesting finish here.
Looks like Grace is going to pull ahead. Third place is going to be close.
Lily touches first, second is Grace. And third is Eden.
That was a good race.
Yeah, nice.
That was fun to watch.
Okay, our boys are up next for their 200-yard IM. In lane 2, we have Jackson Farger for Mountain View. Lane 3 is Caleb Choke for Timpanogos. Lane 4 is Ethan Petroni, Westlake. Lane 5 is Jacob Edwards, Lehigh. Lane 6 is Taylor Brown for Skyridge. And lane 7 is Daniel Hernandez for Mountain View. The only one that has a seat time in this actually is Ethan, so we'll see how this plays out here.
All right, so nobody in lane 4. So up in lane 6, Taylor Brown taking a commanding lead here. Again, he doesn't have a time in this event. He's out front with that butterfly.
Nope.
So second lanes 2 and 4, Caleb and Jacob. Caleb for Timpanogos, Jacob for Lehigh. Kind of neck and neck for that second place spot. They've been right close to each other. I think I've got that right. Up in lane 6, Taylor continues to stretch the advantage for Skyridge for this heat. So Ethan in lane 4 just pulling a little more in an advantage for Westlake over Jackson in lane 2 for Mountain View. Up in lane 6, Taylor Brown's on his last, he's coming into his last 25 yards of the freestyle with this flip turn here. He's going to cruise in for an easy victory of this first heat. Lane 4, Ethan for Westlake has solidified himself in that second position. Looks like he's got second taken care of with Jackson down in lane 2 for Mountain View. Looks like he's got third place taken care of as well. Fourth place up in lane 7 is Daniel Hernandez. And in lane 5, we've got Jacob Edwards for Lehigh. All right, Heat 2's coming up.
Okay, Heat 2. In lane 1, we have Jacob Daniels for Lone Peak. Lane 2, Andrew Brown Westlake. Lane 3 is Sam Polson for Pleasant Grove. Lane 4 is Carlos Rodriguez for Orem. Lane 5 is Ryan Milner for Pleasant Grove. Lane 6 is Caden Finlayson for Pleasant Grove. Lane 7 is Wyatt Gillespie for Lone Peak. And lane 8 is Jacob Ogden for Lone Peak. The time to beat in this is Carlos in lane 4.
So lane 3, 4, and 5 going in pretty much together on that first 50 at Butterfly. The slide advantage for Carlos Rodriguez in lane 4 with Orem, Utah. Why did I say Utah? So Carlos and Ryan, well, I mean all three of them. Sam, Carlos, and Ryan, 3, 4, and 5, all staying really close to each other here. No one has enough of an advantage to matter at this point in the race. Clearly, that's our 1, 2, 3 trio right there. Carlos has been able to maintain a slight advantage so far, right up until that turn, where Ryan took a little bit of space on him with a better turn. Carlos is coming back in terms of the swim.
Really, it's just, well, yeah.
And again, Ryan has a good turn, but Carlos is going to pull him on the swim itself. Sam Polson in lane 3 for Pleasant Grove is hanging around. But right now it looks like Carlos has the advantage going into this last 50 yards. The race is looking more for second potentially at this point. Oh yeah, Carlos is going to stretch it out as he turns on the jets here.
Yeah, really nice.
Question is, can Sam in lane 3 catch Ryan up in lane 5? It looks like it's going to end right where it is.
2:14:32. So Carlos PR.
PR.
Nice job to him. Ryan comes in at 2:17:13. So he's just a little bit slower. And lane 3 is Sam Polson, 2:19:64. So yeah, all a little bit slower in their seat times. Nice job. All right, our heat 3, we have Truman James for American Fork, lane 1. Lane 2 is Nick Edwards, American Fork. Lane 3, Wade Ogden, Skyridge. Lane 4 is Jess Day, American Fork. Lane 5 is Bridger Smith, Lehigh. Lane 6, Nate Moore for Skyridge. Lane 7, I think it's Gabe Polson for Pleasant Grove. And lane 8 is, it might be Makai Smith for Lone Peak. Our heat sheet is, the names are
yeah, you can't read that very well. So lanes 4 and 5. 3, 4, and 5, and also 6. I mean, everybody's just kind of there. Nice quick turn, though. Both Jess and Bridger just had a great turn, lane 4 and 5. Really quick transition into that backstroke. Jess holding the advantage right now for American Fork, but he's got Bridger Smith still breathing down his neck. Bridger pulls back some of that on his turn and looks like he's going to pull even going into this first 25. He's got a really strong breaststroke here. And I think he's gonna pull ahead just ever so slightly going into these last 25 yards. This is definitely gonna be a race.
Yeah, I think it'll be right up till the very end where they touch. They can see each other.
Oh, and you see Jess pouring it on, a little more gas in the tank and a little faster on that freestyle. He pulled out a body length. Looks like he's going to extend that and take the win here, just with a really strong last 50 yards.
Awesome. 1:59.95 is just a little
Bridger
bit slower. But Bridger PR'd at 2:02.92. He was at 2:05, so he actually dropped quite a bit of time.
And lane 3 and Wade Ogden comes in.
Yeah, Wade comes in third, so nice job. Okay, our 50-yard freestyles are up next. These go quick.
We got a lot of heats. There are 13 heats.
All right, so in lane 3, we have Sarah Becker for Timpanogos. Lane 4 is Elise Street for Mountain View. And lane 5 is Holly Wink for Westlake. None of these girls have a seat time yet, so we'll see how they do.
So yeah, we've got 13 heats of this. A lot of names to call out. So it looks like just lanes 2, 3, and 5 in this heat are in the water. So we're going to call out what's on the heat sheet. They may or may not be here today or swimming the event, actually. But up in lane 5. Oh, no.
So Holly touches, right, 28:59.
Yep.
Nice job. And Sarah comes in second. Yeah, the heat sheet doesn't line up with who was in the pool. Okay, in heat 2, we have Raiden Harris in lane 1. I think it's Ruby Preston lane 2. Lane 3 is Callie B.
Can't read it.
Yeah, Westlake. Lane 4 is Annie Rasmussen, Westlake. Lane 5 is Allie Baltimore for Timpanogos. Lane 6 is Nino Perez for Mountain View. And lane 7 is Martha Mariscal for Mountain View.
So in lane 1, it's Raiden, who does not have a time in this event, who is going to outclass this particular field. She's moving. She's going to finish with a 27-26. That really puts her into the 12th heat, really. Potentially into the last heat. So
yeah, nice job.
Solid time.
Our second place is Allie, and our third place was Annie. Okay, heat 3, we have Brooke Noble, lane 1, Taylor Wilson, lane 2. Lane 3 is Emma Slinkoff. Lane 4, Audrey Spencer. Lane 5 is Mila Arrington. Lane 6 is Gabby Rubio Florian. Lane 7 is Liv Valenja. And lane 8, I think Giorgio Pitkin was read it. I think we're trying to see if, I'm not sure what's happening here. And oh, yep, it looks like we've got wrong swimmers on deck here, so getting them changed out.
Yeah, what's going on?
I think wrong swimmers were on the deck. The time to beat in this is Aubrey Spencer with Mountain View at 36:37 in lane 4.
Yeah, it's way too close to call going into the wall.
So they're all kind of neck and neck.
Lane 3, Emma gets a little better turn, but Audrey is going to pull ahead. Looks like Audrey's going to take the win. The fight's going to be for second. Audrey's pulling.
.35.78, so she PR'd. Nice job.
Let's see, was that? She was in lane 4, right? She mistouched.
She
won. She won, but she mistouched.
Mila came in at 35.78, so she PR'd as well. Nice job.
All right, heat 4 is up on the blocks.
Okay, we have Joanna Bem in lane 1, Haley Adams lane 2, lane 3 Evelyn Walker, lane 4 Tavia Charles, lane 5 Melissa Francis, lane 6 Abby Jensen, lane 7 is Emma Secrist, and lane 8 is Elisa McNett, or Elise. The time to beat in this one is lane 4, which is Tavia.
Tavia she's in the lead, but she's got company from lane 8.
Yeah, lane 8 actually may win here.
And that's Elise.
It's going to be close.
Oh my heavens, it could just be about anybody's rate. I think lane 8's going to take the win here, though. With lane 7 maybe in second. Yep. No, lane 7. Lane
Emma
7
took
snuck in.
first at 35.35, so she PR'd. And Elise comes in second at 35.77, who also PR'd, so nice job. Okay, heat 5. We have Addie Rasmussen, lane 1, Surrey Taylor, lane 2, lane 3, Ashlyn Webb, lane 4, Haley Tronson, lane 5, I'm not sure Hillman is the last name, lane 6 is Jalen N, lane 7 is Megan Allen, and lane 8 is Paige Harding. The time to beat in this is Haley with Lehigh at 33.
Lane 1 actually has the slight advantage going to the wall, which is Addie Rasmussen. And she's still holding that advantage. Looks like Addie Rasmussen in lane 1 might sneak in and take this win. And she does with a 33.12, which is a PR for her.
Nice job. Okay. Our heat 6 is Grace B in lane 1. Lane 2 is Hannah Lloyd. Lane 3, Emily Wheeler. Lane 4, Abigail Butters. Lane 5, Elizabeth Wilson. Lane 6, Annie Cochran. And lane 7, Lexi Jensen. And lane 8, Cora Stott. Abigail Butters is the time to beat in this one at 32.47.
She's going to have to go faster than she's going now, though. We've got a whole bunch of competition around her from those upper lanes. I mean, she's in it.
It really could be anybody's touch.
But lane 4 is making a big push. Elizabeth Wilson, and right next, and on the other side of her, Annie Cochran. There's a lot of people. Lane 1.
Yeah, lane 1. So nice. Grace comes in at 32.11, so she PR'd, so nice job.
That was a tight heat.
Yeah, that was awesome. Abigail comes in second at 32.65. Okay, heat 7. Lane 1 is Ashley Ramage. Lane 2 is Alana Nelson. Lane 3, Sarah Shipley. Lane 4 is Soraya Apple. Lane 5, Emma Wilde. Lane 6, McKay DeGraw. Lane 7, Kylie Hunt. And lane 8 is Elizabeth Shago. Soraya has got the lead in this at 31.63.
So lane 5 is going to hit the wall first, which is Emma Wild. She's got company up in lane 8 from Elizabeth Shago. And you got some movers down in lane 2 and 3, but it looks like she's going to take it up. Emma Wild looks like she should touch first with Elizabeth Shago right behind her in lane 8.
Nice. Emma PRs 31.01. Nice job to her.
So does Elizabeth, yeah.
Elizabeth, yeah, both of them. Nice job. Alana comes in third, it looks like, 32.31. Okay, heat 8. We have Brindley Odekirk in lane 1. Lane 2 is Lily Blackburn, lane 2. Lane 3 is Hazel Strong. Lane 4, Ashlyn Lockwood. Lane 5, Annika Wood. Lane 6, Hope Fondren. Lane 7, Lucy Johnson. Lane 8 is Elsie Adamson.
Lucy Johnson up in lane 7 actually was one of the first ones into the wall, but
Ashlyn's got the time to beat. We'll see how she does.
Yeah, lane 4, she actually got a really good turn, but she's got a lot of company from Hazel Strong in lane 3.
I think Ashlyn's going to get second.
Oh, that's going to be close.
Here.
Lane 3, she takes it.
Yeah, Hazel comes in first at 30.60. Nice PR. Ashland gets 30:61. Just, yeah, a little bit slower than her
Oh
seat
man,
time.
these heats move fast.
Okay, heat 9, Jersey Matthews, lane 1. Lane 2, Maddie Garside. Lane 3, Chloe Ferrer. Lane 4, Jocelyn Scheist. Lane 5, Brinley Siemens. Lane 6, Allie Nilsson. Lane 7, Marissa Carter. Lane 8 is Reagan Wardwell. Jocelyn with Lehigh has got the time to beat at 29:70.
Jocelyn's in the wall first, has a good turn, but actually up in lane 6, Allie Nilsson had a really good turn as well.
It's going to be anybody.
Lane 3 is in, lane 2 is in this as well.
I think lane 2 is going to get it.
I think lane 2 is going to get it.
29:18.
That was Maddie Garside.
Nice, she PR'd. Nice job. Okay, our heat 10. Natalia Villarreal in lane 1. Lane 2 is Rylan Hellwell. Lane 3, Emily Nelson. Lane 4, AJ Stromberg. Lane 5 is Jada Olson. Lane 6 is Jana Patlin. Lane 7 is McKenna Richards. Lane 8 is Ellie Sorogas. Ellie is looking really strong.
Yeah, great start.
AJ is the one to beat at 29:18.
Ellie hits the wall first. She had a really good start.
Ellie had a great start.
And and a great turn. Really good turn. Lane 1 is making a move, but I think Ellie's got this wrapped up there in lane 8. It'll be
28:36.
Oh, she PRs.
Wow, nice.
Good
nice.
swim.
Natalia comes in second at 29:79. Okay. Heat 11, lane 1, we have Alyssa Roth. Lane 2, Paige Petty. Lane 3, Cassidy Drown. Lane 4, Evie Murdoch. Lane 5 is Delana Graham. Lane 6 is Paisley Hartel. Lane 7, Elizabeth Stobart. And lane 8 is Carmen Soderquist.
Lane 1 actually gets off to a great start. That's Alyssa Roth. She got into the water really well. Looks like she's going to beat everybody into the wall.
I know she wanted a PR today, so we'll see how she does.
Well,
here.
she's doing her job right now. She has the lead by about half a body length. Come on, Alyssa. It looks like she is going to take this with and a 27. 27.74 for Alyssa Roth. She PRs.
Nice, nice, nice.
27.74.
Evie gets second place at 28:49. Okay, our heat 12 is Jade Matthews, lane 1. Lane 2 is Maddie Anderson. Lane 3, Olivia Bell. Lane 4 is Kara Willits. Lane 5, Elizabeth Lincoln. Lane 6, Sydney Zermley. Lane 7, Annika Gardner. And lane 8 is Grace Dean.
Kara and Elizabeth in 4 and 5 hit the wall together. Kira's got a slight advantage. It looks like she's going to hold that, but Elizabeth in lane 5 is trying to take that away. She might, and she does. Elizabeth comes in first with Kara in second.
Okay, heat 13.
Last heat for the girls.
Brianna Wheeler, lane 1. Lane 2, Sophie Scoville. Lane 3 is Kennedy Bennett. Lane 4 is Dylan Egbert. Lane 5, Eden Smith. Lane 6, Addie Harding. Lane 7, Kaylee Barr. And lane 8 is London Egbert.
Oh, lane 3 coming out strong. That's Kennedy Bennett. But she gets passed on the turn by Dylan. But Kennedy's trying to swim it back in lane 3. She might take this. That's tight. No, up in lane
6 took it.
Lane 6 snuck in. Addie Harding.
26-12. Second place is Kennedy Bennett, 26-26. So, all right, our boys are up next. In lane 3, we have Kata Habino. Lane 4 is Caden Grant, and lane 5 is Tate Scott. Caden's got a seat time of 37:63. The other boys don't have a seat time.
And Tate Scott's got company by Kata Habino from Orem. Tate, Cedar Valley, up in lane 5, trying to hold him off. But Kata's making a push. And Tate holds on.
Takes it at 26:62.
By 9/100ths of a second. He takes that win.
Okay, heat 2. Tice Gallon, lane 2. Lane 3, Oliver Dean. Lane 4 is Camden Bales. Lane 5, Zach Joseph. Lane 6, Noah Nelson. And lane 7 is Cade Boyle. Camden is the one to beat here at 33:22.
So lane 4, Camden Bales into the wall first. Zach Joseph, Cedar Valley, lane 5 is on his heels trying to make the move, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to pull that off. As Camden is just keeping him half a body length behind. It'd be really tight going to the wall,
It is going to be tight.
he out-touches him by a tenth of a second and half a tenth.
Nice job. 32:51. He PRs as well. Okay, heat 3. We have JP Rickerus for lane 1. Lane 2 is Christian Lutmer. Lane 3 is Wyatt Kuman. Lane 4, Dayton Oler. Lane 5 is Chase Anderson. Lane 6, Quincy Easterly. Lane 7, Hunter Waite. And lane 8 is Grant Hearn. Dayton Oler, hopefully we're saying that right, with Westlake has got a C time of 30.73.
Well, Wyatt's right there with him down in lane 3. He's currently got the lead in lane 3. Can Chase Anderson come back at him up in lane 5 and win? It looks like he might. Lane 5 is going to touch first. Lane 3 touches third.
30, nice. Chase PRs. 30-13, nice job. Okay, heat 4, we have Cohen Osler, lane 1, lane 2, Elijah Shago. Lane 3 is Ammon Oler. Lane 4 is Nicholas Santa Ana. Lane 5, Brennan Dinsmore. Lane 6, Edgar Santos Arietta. Lane 7, Parker Stradling. And lane 8 is Zachary Robinson. Nicholas has got the time to beat at 29:91.
Nicholas is not in the water, though.
He's not in the water, yeah.
So up in lane 7, well, lanes 5, 6, and 7 is where all the action is. Lane 5, Brennan
Looks like he may take
Dismore looks like
it.
he's going to pull ahead and just take it.
28:90, nice. He PR'd. And so did Parker. Nice job. Okay, heat 5. We have Brett Meyering, lane 1. Lane 2 is, I think, Sawyer Shao with Pleasant Grove. Lane 3 is Arnold Meta Contouris. Sorry, guys, on these names. Lane 4, Jake Simons. Lane 5 is Quentin West. Lane 6, Kohler Barton. Lane 7 is Logan Chamberlain. And lane 8 is Tyler Jackson.
Yeah, Kohler Barton up in lane 6 actually had a really good start.
Jake has the time to beat here, so we'll see how they do.
Yeah. And Jake looks like he's going to make that happen. First down in lane 1. Second place
Nice,
is making
Jake.
a big run.
Yeah,
Brett.
28:41. So he PR'd. Nice job. Brett comes in second place at 28:51, who also PR'd. Okay, heat 6. We have Tay Franz, lane 1. Lane 2 is Nathan Humphreys. Lane 3, Carter Hawks. Lane 4, Nate Allred. Lane 5, Chase Barrett. Lane 6, Porter Wilson. Lane 7 is Jacob S. with Skyridge. And lane 8, I think, is Corbin Nelson for Cedar Valley.
Missing swimmers in lane 2 and 3. Lane 4 into the wall first, but with company from lane 8. So Nate Allred.
Corbin, I think.
And Corbin Nielsen up in lane 8. Lane 8, Corbin might actually be the winner of this race. He is indeed.
27:50. Nice, he PR'd. Nate came in second at 27:72. Okay, heat 7. Dallin Johnson, lane 1. Lane 2 is Trevor Francis. Lane 3, Ethan Hammonds. Lane 4, Matthew Buchanan. Lane 5 is Jared Peoples. Lane 6 is Caleb Choke. Lane 7, Mason Murray. And lane 8 is Brady M. with Cedar Valley.
Matthew into the wall first and setting himself apart a little bit from the pack. Ethan Hammond down in lane 3, and then Jared up in lane 5. But lane 4, that's Matthew, takes that.
26.78, so he PR'd. This is a fun race because most of the swimmers are trying to push for state, so they are PRing, is that a word? All of their...
They are PRing. They're trying to do personal bests here.
Okay.
Qualify for state.
Heat 8, we have Thomas Donoso in lane 1. Lane 2 is Braden Brune. Lane 3 is Camden Newman. Lane 4 is Caden Whipple. Lane 5, I think, is Ethan Rencher. Lane 6, Ammon P. with Dipanogas. Lane 7 is Layden Christensen. And lane 8 is Tyler Gibby.
No idea who's going to win the shot. So lane 2 and lane 6. Lane 2 takes it, which is Braden.
So is
Braden Brun.
Yeah, Braden.
Right? Am I reading the right heat? Yes, that's it. Okay.
He PR'd as well. Okay, heat 9, Nathan Wright, lane 1. Lane 2, Jacob Garces. Lane 3 is Max Saban. Lane 4, Skylar Torgensen. Lane 5, Zachary Cowden. Lane 6 is Kaysen Countham. Lane 7, Connor Beach. And lane 8 is Caleb Price. Skylar's got a time of 25.87.
Connor Beach had a good turn in lane 7, but it's not enough. It looks like we're getting a push in the middle of the pool. Lane 1's making a move too.
Lane 1 may take it.
Lane 1 took it.
Nathan comes in at 25.83. He PR'd a lot. That is awesome. So awesome. And lane 5 is Zachary, who took a second. Okay, heat 10. We have Samuel Ward, lane 1. Lane 2, I think, is Boston Gunther. 4, Lone Peak. Lane 3 is Mason Ackley. Lane 4, Tristan Bailey. Lane 5, Easton Gunn. Lane 6, Blake Roper. Lane 7, Samuel DeBry. And lane 8 is Skylar Taylor. Again, the time to beat in this is 25.14 with Tristan.
Yeah, Mason in lane 3 got a really good start. Lanes 1 and 8 are also in on this. Oh, lane 1's in this.
It's going to be lane 3, I think. Yeah, lane 3.
Lane 3.
So Mason, 25.64, so just a little bit slower than his
Samuel with a second in lane 1.
PR time. Okay, heat 11. We have Noah Topham, lane 1. Lane 2, Wyatt Buchanan. Lane 3, Jackson Zurcher. Lane 4, Josh Ibarra. Lane 5, Nathaniel Harris. Lane 6, Hunter Hill. Lane 7 is Cooper Pope, and lane 8 is David and with Westlake. I think lane 2 is going to get it. Yeah, lane 2. So Wyatt touches at 24.56, so he PRs. Nice job.
So this heat 12's the one to watch because we've got some real, these are our state swimmer times here. And we always watch Braden Scott at Cedar Valley with a 23-second seed time. But he's going up a 20-second seed time with Cameron Barney in lane 4. Fast swimmers in the water.
Spencer Stowers is lane 1. Jack Hanney, lane 2. Braden Fairbanks, lane 3. Lane 4, Cameron Barney. Lane 5, Nate Anderson. Lane 6, Braden Scott. Lane 7 is Mason Hebert.
Braden Scott is trying to insert himself into this conversation. He's having a seriously good swim up in lane 6.
Nice.
And he wins with a 22.7.
22.70. Holy cow. That is awesome.
So Cameron did not have his seed time race. He was definitely slower than he wanted to be.
20, yeah.
But Braden PRs.
22.81. Nice job. Nice job. That was impressive.
Who was second place? Lane 4, that was Cameron Barney. And then third was lane 3, Braden Fairbanks. Okay.
23.37, yeah. So they're all a little bit slower than their seat times.
And now we're going to take the break, which after all of that sounds great. All right, we were just handed scores for where we sit right now. So the women's team scores, Lone Peak is leading with 187 points over American Fork High School with 114, Pleasant Grove with 98. And then it goes Skyridge, Timpanogos, Westlake, Cedar Valley, Lehigh, Mountain View, and Orem. For the men, Pleasant Grove is leading with a 131.50, the American Fork High School with a 122. Followed by Lone Peak, Skyridge, Lehigh, Westlake, Orem, Cedar Valley, Mountain View, and Timpanogos. The combined team scores, Lone Peak is winning with American Fork High School in second and Pleasant Grove High School in third. All right. We are on event 9, women's 100-yard butterfly, heat 1.
We've got Macy Allen with Orem in lane 3. Lane 4 is Haley Tronson, Lehigh, and lane 5 is Allie Nilsson for Lehigh. Haley is the time to beat at 1:25.35.
So in lane 5, Allie Nielsen for Lehigh is well out ahead of this group for this first heat. With Haley Tronson in lane 4 in second place and Macy Allen for Orem in lane 3 for third place. Allie, it looks like she's going to PR. Take about 4 seconds off her best time.
Yeah, 1:25.88, nice.
And so did, I think Haley did. Did Haley PR?
1:31, nope.
Okay. All right, heat 2.
Okay, heat 2. Kennedy Waite with Pleasant Grove, lane 1. Lane 2, Natalia Villarreal, Westlake. Lane 3, Taylor Christensen. Lone Peak, lane 4, Callie Bro, Pleasant Grove. Lane 5 is Camry Hancock, Pleasant Grove. Lane 6 is Ruby Homer, Pleasant Grove. Lane 7, Caitlin Rary, Cedar Valley. And lane 8 is Jada Olson for Westlake. The time to beat on this is Callie Bro at 1:11.03.
Caitlin Rary in lane 7 for Cedar Valley is jumped out, trying to stay in contention here. She came out fast in that first 25, is starting to lose a little ground as we go in. She's still on pace with the leaders right now. She's hanging tough. So it's really, so now we're seeing.
Really, it's neck and neck between 4 and 5. With
Yeah, we're
Kelly
seeing
and
Kaylee start to
Camry.
pull ahead in this, yeah. Although it's going to be quite the fight for second and third. Kaylee in lane 4 pulling ahead. Looks like she's going to win this. With Camry Hancock in lane 5 in second. Caitlin Reary, just a difference in stroke, was out touched for third place.
Yeah, Callie comes in first, and Camry comes in second at 1:13.79.
Caitlin dropped 2 seconds.
Nice job. Okay, our heat 3, we have Olivia Bell for Westlake lane 1. Lane 2 is Isabel Arnett, Lone Peak. Lane 3 is Evie Murdoch, Timpanogos. Lane 4 is Grace Wilson, Lone Peak. Lane 5 is Olivia Balligat for Westlake. Lane 6 is Isabella Robinson, Lone Peak. Lane 7, Maddie Anderson for American Fork. And lane 8 is Sophie Scoville for Pleasant Grove.
It's looking like what? Lane 4, Grace Wilson. Lane 5, Olivia on the heat sheets as the 2 to beat. Grace is going to come out with the advantage on the first 50, with Olivia in lane 5 right on her hip. Race for third place in lanes 2 and 3. Isabel in lane 2 and Eve in lane 3. So Grace has got this pretty solidly. It really is that race for third that's happening right now. Isabel and Eve pushing. And Eve is going to just surge ahead and get that third place spot.
Grace comes in at 102.50, a little bit slower than her seed time. Olivia comes in at 105.30, also a little bit slower. Okay, our men are up next. We have Jacob Thompson, lane 1 for Mountain View. Lane 2, Brett Meyering, Cedar Valley. Lane 3 is Dylan Giraldi, Skyridge. Lane 4, Matthew Buchanan, Westlake. Lane 5 is Tyler Wilson, Skyridge. Lane 6 is Aiden Borchard for Pleasant Grove. Lane 7 is Tyler Lundell for Lehigh. And lane 8 is Camden Davis for Timpanogos. The time to beat here is Matthew Buchanan in lane 4. He's got a 107.01.
Lane 5.
But
Tyler Wilson is kind of, he's come out fast on that first 50.
Really, lanes 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
Could be anybody's game by the time they have their last 50.
Tyler's starting to, it looks like he's going to take this unless he fades an awful lot in this last 25. The race is for second. Dylan in lane 3 for Skyridge and Matthew for Westlake in lane 4. Matthew's fading and Dylan is going to pull into that second place position.
Tyler's going to take it at 104.02, so he dropped almost like 3 seconds, over 3 seconds, so that's impressive. And second place is Dylan Girardi at 107.16, so he also PR'd. Third place, 108.58, which is Matthew Buchanan, so just a little bit slower. Okay, heat. Heat 2, we have Giovanni Nevarez for lane 1 for Lone Peak. Lane 2 is Camden Newman for Pleasant Grove. Lane 3 is Max Murdoch for Orem. Lane 4, Taylor Brown, Skyridge. Lane 5, Tate Johnson for Lone Peak. Lane 7, Tanner Bergstrom, Lehigh. Lane 7, Jacob Nelson, Cedar Valley. And lane 8 is Hiroto Stedman for Lone Peak. The time to beat in this, if it's correct, is Taylor Brown at a 59.29, which is super quick.
Yeah, but it's Max Murdoch and Tate Johnson right now who are still in the show. See up in lane 6, Tanner Bergstrom. Now we're seeing Tate start to come up. But really the race is happening in lanes 6 and 7. Oh,
yeah.
What just happened?
Oh, I don't know.
Lane 7, Jacob is actually going to win. Lane 5, Tate Johnson in second. Not sure what happened in lane 6 with Tanner.
So Jacob Nelson comes in, impressive, 1 minute 83. So he dropped like 3 seconds off of his C time, which is awesome. Lane 5 is Tate, 101.62, so a little bit slower. Okay, heat 3, we have Noah Topham in lane 1 for Lone Peak. Lane 2 is Nathaniel Harris for Pleasant Grove. Lane 3 is Braden Fairbanks, Pleasant Grove. Lane 4 is Caleb Wynn for American Fork. Lane 5 is Brandon Blackwood, Westlake. Lane 6, Carlos Rodriguez, Orem. Lane 7, Hunter Hill for American Fork. And lane 8 is Lincoln Burr with Skyridge.
It's always fun to see the fastest heats of butterfly.
They're
because
so fast.
That's when you see butterfly done right. And it just looks so pretty when you're in these, you've got these really strong swimmers with the men and the women in the final heats. Lane 4, Caleb Wynn, but he's got a lot of company in lane 3 from Braden Fairbanks. And lane 2 is trying to get in there. Nathaniel Harris trying to make it a thing.
It's going to be a
Well,
really
Caleb
a race
has an
to the
awesome
finish.
turn.
Yeah.
But it looks like Braden Fairbanks is trying to outswim him into the wall.
It's going to be close.
Caleb's going to get him just.
55-39.
That was a great race.
Nice. Yeah, Caleb takes first, right? And Braden took second. Nice job. Okay, our women are up next. We have Caitlin Reary in lane 3 with Cedar Valley. Lane 4 is Martha Mariscal for Mountain View, and lane 5 is Jersey Matthews for Sky Ridge. None of these women have a C time yet. Oh, we actually have 4 swimmers in the water, but I only have 3 names, so I actually don't know who's in the water. Caitlin Reary is in lane 3 only because I know her with Cedar Valley. Lane 6 is ahead. Unfortunately, I don't know who that is. Lane 5 is, if it's Jersey Matthews, is right on her tail. They're both Sky Ridge swimmers. Lane 6 will touch first. Again, I'm not sure who the swimmer is. Lane 5, if it's Jersey Matthews, comes in second at 107.75. Caitlin Reary will come in third. And I don't know who's in lane 2 either, so. Okay. Our heat 2, we have Callie Beitendorp for Westlake. Lane 2 is Georgia Pitkin, Westlake. Lane 3 is Emma Slinkoff, Lehigh. Lane 4 is Brindy Wingett for Mountain View. Lane 5 is Brooke Noble for Mountain View. Lane 6 is Annie Rasmussen, Westlake. 7 is Taylor Wilson for Westlake. And lane 8 is Ruby Preston with Timpanogos. The time to beat in this is Brindy with a 125.73. And actually she is not in, she's not even swimming. So again, our heat sheet is, we're missing our swimmer. Right now in lane 3, we have Emma ahead. Lane 3 is still ahead here with Emma in the lead. Just barely, though. You've got in lane 2, you've got Georgia, who's right on her heels. If Emma can keep a decent flip turn here, she will most likely touch first here. She's coming back on her last 25. Although we do have lane 6, who is pushing for the lead here, Annie Rasmussen with Westlake, and she actually may take it here. And I think Annie actually will touch first. 129.42, so nice job. She PR'd by a whole lot. She was at 132, so nice job for her. Emma comes in second at 131.38, so she also PR'd, so good job to her. Okay, our heat 3, we have Liv Valinja from Orem in lane 1. We have Melissa Francis, lane 2, Pleasant Grove. Lane 3 is Madison Wynn, Mountain View. Lane 4 is Haley Adams, Westlake. Lane 5, Joanna Bame for Timpanogos. Lane 6, Abby Jensen, Mountain View. Lane 7 is Mila Arrington for Westlake. And lane 8 is Gabby Rubio Florian with Mountain View.
Madison going out quickest in the first 25.
The time to beat in this is Haley Adams at 121.94.
So Madison going out kind of the quickest in that first 50. But Haley's right there. Haley has a good turn and pulls it just about even. But Madison looks like she's going to hold her off as she kind of gives a final push to the wall. And third place up in lane 7, Mia Arrington.
And she PR'd by a lot. Am I reading that right? Let's see.
I think so. I think she had a really good race.
Nice job. All right, we are on heat 4, correct?
We are on heat 4.
Okay, Surrey Taylor, lane 1 for American Fork. Lane 2, Jocelyn Smith, Skyridge. Lane 3, Erica F with Mountain View. Lane 4 is Jalen N with Westlake. Lane 5, Hannah Lloyd, Pleasant Grove. Lane 6, Ashlyn Webb, Lehigh. Lane 7, Emra Sechrist with American Fork. And lane 8 is Evelyn Walker with American Fork. Jalen has the time to beat in this at 1:16.72. She's in lane 4.
Yeah, and she's looking good out there in lane 4 right now. Race for second is lanes 2, 5, and 6. But Jalen in lane 4. It looks like she's keeping it even. Up in lane 6, Ashlyn Webb is trying to. She's going to go into that turn with
her
Jalen.
Turn was actually a little bit.
It was actually a better turn, and she made a whole body length off of that turn.
Yeah, so she actually may come in and touch first here.
Hey, Jalen's trying to swim it back, but she had such a good advantage on that turn. I think Ashlyn's going to win that up in lane 6.
She's going to come in at 1:17.15, so she PR'd by 2 seconds, which is awesome. Hannah comes in second place at 1:18.78, so a little bit slower than her C time. Okay, heat 5. We have Addie Rasmussen, lane 1, Westlake. Lane 2, Elizabeth Wilson, Mountain View. Lane 3 is Savannah Fowler, Westlake. Lane 4 is Kaylee Dixon, Lehigh. Lane 5, Annie Cochran, Timpanogos. Lane 6, Taya Kendall, Lehigh. Lane 7, Jane Hillman, Skyridge. Lane 8 is Emma Wilde for Westlake. The time to beat in this is Kaylee Dixon in lane 4, who actually is not in, right?
Not in the one. No, she's in 4. Lane 5's empty.
Lane 5 is missing.
Yep.
I just read them off the way they are on my
So
sheet.
nearest makes no difference. First place is up for grabs right now.
Yep. Savannah, well, really, it's neck and neck between
3 lanes.
Yeah, Savannah and Kaylee.
And then lane 6.
And that, Taya or Taya.
Okay, but now we're starting to get a push in lane 3. Savannah's starting to push. But she really is giving up that advantage in the flip turns. Kaylee makes all that back up in one turn. And looks like she might hold her off. Savannah's trying to swim it back, but I think Kaylee with that really good turn did enough.
1:11.86. Wow, she dropped off almost 3 seconds, so impressive. Our second place is Savannah at 1:13.10, who also PR'd, so nice job. Okay, heat 6. Cheney is the last name with Westlake in lane 1. Lane 2, McKay DeGraw for Pleasant Grove. Lane 3, Marissa Carter, Skyridge. Lane 4, Abigail Butters, Cedar Valley. Lane 5, Lily Blackburn, Westlake. Lane 6 is Maka Fisher for Timpanogos. Lane 7, Kylie Hunt for Skyridge. And lane 8 is Avery McGilvray for Pleasant Grove. The time to beat in this is Abigail Butters at 1:10:58.
So
Right now,
the first
though,
50 yards,
yeah,
it's still.
it's really anybody's.
I mean, this is the thing you see in these races. It's just so important. The flip turns.
Make all the difference.
You know, the coaches complain about turns in practice. This is why.
Makes a big difference when it comes down to these races. I'm not sure who's going to touch
that is a
first
fight
here. I think it's going to be
lane 4. Abigail just out touches her.
1:10:10. Nice, she PR'd, so good job to her. Marissa comes in at 1:10:24, so she also PR'd by a lot, so that's impressive. Okay, heat 7. Gabrielle Dahl for lane 1, Lehigh. Lane 2, Alana Nelson, Westlake. Lane 3, Aubrey Steed for Mountain View. Lane 4 is Cassia K, Timpanogos. Lane 5, Kate Platt for Pleasant Grove. Lane 6, Amanda Giraldi, Skyridge. Lane 7, last name I think is Fondren for Pleasant Grove. And lane 8 is Rylan Hildewell for Lehigh.
So you've got Cassie, Kate, and Amanda are just head-to-head in lanes 4, 5, and 6.
Cassie's got a 1:07.86.
First 50, they are right together. And they remain right together. Starting to see Amanda fade a little bit in lane 6, just a little. The better turn here is going to determine this.
Down.
And they're back out right next to each other again. I think Kate made a push, but then very late, Cassie.
I think it's
Cassie, I don't know how to say her name. I think she's going to out-touch. Oh, that's so close. Lane 4, 106. That 5/100ths of a second between the two of them.
Cassia also PR, so nice job to her. And so does Kate, 107 flat, so nice job. Okay, heat 8, we have Madeline Wilkinson, lane 1, Lehigh. Lane 2 is Brinley Siemens, American Fork. Lane 3, Elizabeth Stobart, Pleasant Grove. Lane 4, Addison Brown, Orem. Lane 5 is AJ Stromberg, American Fork. Lane 6, Cassidy Drown for American Fork. Lane 7 is Ellie Sorogas for Cedar Valley. And lane 8 is Hannah Shields for American Fork. The time to beat in this is 1:03.47 with Addison with Orem.
So no swimmers in 5 and 7. So we're missing
Ellie.
And AJ. I guess that's an AJ?
I think so.
So lane 4.
Oh, those are here. Okay.
Addison is in lane 4, is pulling out a sizable advantage on this heat. It is race for second at this point. And that race is actually coming. Lanes 1, 6, and 8 are really racing for that second spot right now.
So Addison
lane 1 gets that second spot.
Addison comes in right at, let's see, 1:02.42. So she PR'd by a whole lot, so that's impressive.
Okay, last heat for the 100. So these will be our fastest women.
No, we've got 2 more.
Oh, we're on 9. Sorry, I'm one ahead of myself.
9.
Thank you.
Yeah, so lane 1, we have Sid Orton for Timpanogos. Lane 2 is Annika Gardner for Lone Peak. Lane 3 is Elizabeth Lincoln for Westlake. Lane 4 is Egbert for Lone Peak. Lane 5 is Kate Pullman Skyridge. Lane 6 is Livy Adamson for American Fork. Lane 7 is Camry Hancock for Pleasant Grove. And lane 8 is Olivia Smith for Orem.
All right, lane 4, what do you make of the name? Because it's all smudged.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Linda, Caitlin, I don't know.
Egbert. Egbert is the last name.
So we're going with Egbert in lane 4 for Lone Peak. She has the advantage here. Lane 3 is actually making a move right now, and that's Elizabeth Lincoln for Westlake. Oh, she's got company, but she's in lane 4. I think Egbert is going to pull that out. Lane 3, Elizabeth Lincoln again trying to outswim her to the wall. Might be good enough for second, and it is. Now we're to heat 10, which we've got some seriously fast times in this heat.
Okay, Addison Zobrist, lane 1, Lehigh. Lane 2 is Brianna Willer, Westlake. Lane 3 is Eden Smith, Pleasant Grove. Lane 4, Danny Cannon, Skyridge. Lane 5, Taya Reiser, Timpanogos. Lane 6, Sophie Topham, Lone Peak. Lane 7 is Ava Clegg for Lone Peak. And lane 8 is Kaylee Barr for Mountain View. Time to beat in this is Danny at 55:33.
So lanes 4 and 5 are duking it out. That's what we expected to see. In lane 5, Taya has put half a body length on Danny. Danny is trying to swim it back. They're going to hit that turn pretty much together. Taya just has a better turn. I think Danny's actually swimming faster than Taya, but Taya's turns have been super strong.
55:45. Nice job. Danny comes in second. Okay, this is our men. We have Max Saban in lane 3 for Skyridge. Lane 4 is Noah Nelson for Westlake. And lane 5 is Layden Christensen for Lone Peak. Noah is the only one
with the time.
And are we missing swimmers again? We actually only have Max and...
Yeah, we got lane 3 and 5. So no Noah.
So no Noah, who has the seat time. Max has pulled ahead here just a little bit.
You just have to know who's where.
Just keep doing it. Max is in the lead here.
So Max will finish up with a 56.95. So that's a time that would put him in the second to last heat.
Layden's got a minute 33. Nice job. Okay, our heat 2, we have Dane Dixon, Lehigh, lane 1. Lane 3 is Grant Hearn, Lehigh. Lane 4 is Zach Joseph, Cedar Valley. Lane 5, Ammon Oler, Westlake. Lane 6 is Oliver Dean, American Fork. And lane 7 is Caden Grant for Westlake. The time to beat here is Zach Joseph at 1:18:42.
Oh, what? Oh, yeah, 1:18:42. I don't know what I heard you say. All right. So in lane 3, Grant actually got a good start and comes out strong for Lehigh. Ammon Oler in lane 5.
Had a pretty good flip turn, but at this point is anybody's game.
And it's Grant Hearn right now in lane 2 that's making a move for that second position. It might be swimming for the lead. We got some other people starting to fade, including up in lane 5. Ammon looks like he might be fading a little bit, and Grant might have a shot to sneak this away. We'll see how it goes. Ammon had the better turn there, though.
Yeah, he's got good flip turns.
It's just a little too much.
Yeah. No touch for 5. Let's see, so who touched first? I'm not even sure. If Ammon touched first, it was a no touch,
He did.
Which would put, let's see, which would put Grant in Dane in second place at a 1:14:37.
Yeah, he would have been in second place at the 1:14.
It's always hard when there's a no touch. Okay, heat 3 we
no
have
touch, soft touch. We call it a no touch, but sometimes it's just even a soft touch. They just didn't hit it hard enough.
Hunter Wade is lane 1 for Pleasant Grove. Lane 2 is Daniel Hernandez, Mountain View. Lane 3 is Jacob Allred, Westlake. Lane 4, Parker Stradling, Lehigh. Lane 5, Cohen Osler, Timpanogos. Lane 6 is Arnold Mata Contreras for Timpanogos. Lane 7 is Gavin Reed for Mountain View. And lane 8 is Dayton Oler for Westlake.
So lane 4, we got Parker, who's got a half a body length over Arnold in lane 6. Going into the first 50. Lane 7, Gavin Reed looking like third place, although he's got company also from lane 5 with Cohen. So this is all Parker. He's got first place pretty well wrapped up. Up in lane 6, Arnold has pushed into second place, and in lane 5 is looking like third place, but lane 2 is really making up a lot of distance. I think it's going to be too little too late.
Parker dropped a ton of time, 105.94. He was at a 110.
That's a really good swim for him.
That's impressive. Arnold comes in second at 109.50, who also PR'd, so nice job. Okay, heat 4, we have Christian Lutmer for Pleasant Grove, lane 1. Lane 2 is Quentin West, Lone Peak. Lane 3 is Ty Franz for Westlake. Lane 4, Dallin Johnson, Lehigh. Lane 5, Porter Wilson, Westlake. Lane 6, Nathan Humphreys, Westlake. Lane 7, Wyatt Kuhlman for Westlake. And lane 8 is Henry Haight for Westlake. Dallin's got the quicker seed time here, so we'll see how they do.
Well, Dallin coming out quick. And again, you see the importance as you get into the final heats and you see how fast the flip turns are.
Yeah, flip turns are huge.
And how powerful they are. It's such an important part of the sport, and something swimmers sometimes get lazy about in long practices.
Yeah.
But a solid, strong flip turn with a good streamline off the wall makes a massive difference, and you see that in those final heats with those swimmers who have mastered that. So in lane 4, we've got Dallin, who's led this wire to wire. Lane 3 is Tay, and he kind of with a late push has taken over that second place position.
Nice. Dallin PRs at 105.75. He was at 106.55, so nice job to him. Tay comes in at 107.13, so just barely slower than his seat time. Okay, heat 5. We have Nate Allred, lane 1 for Timpanogos. Lane 2 is Jake Simon, Skyridge. Lane 3 is Adam Del Castillo, Call for Lehigh. Lane 4 is Brady M, Cedar Valley. Lane 5, Trevor Pincock, Pleasant Grove. Lane 6, Mason Murray, American Fork. Lane 7, Ethan Pearl, Pleasant Grove. Lane 8, Jacob Watson, American Fork.
So Brady Monerath leading out, but he's got company from Jake in lane 2. Lanes 2 and 5 are looking like that second place race right now.
Brady can hold this off.
Oh, Jake's
trying
to make a move for first. I don't know if he's going to have enough to make it happen. I think Brady's got first locked down. It looks like Jake's going to take over that second place position with Trevor looking at third up in lane 5.
Brady's going to come in at 101.15, so he PR'd. So nice job to him. Jake came in at 102.91, who also PR'd. Nice. Okay, our heat 6. What are we on? 6? 6. Okay.
Yeah, that's where we are. We're on 6.
Jackson Farragut for lane 1, Mountain View. Lane 2 is Samuel Ward Orem. Lane 3 is Ethan Rencher, Lone Peak. Lane 4 is Jared Peoples, American Fork. Lane 5 is Boston Gunther. Lone Peak. Lane 6 is Ammon P with Timpanogos. Lane 7 is Dylan Giraldi, Skyridge. And lane 8 is Caden Whipple with Westlake.
Yeah, lanes 2 through 6 are within a second of each other.
Yeah, Jared and Boston both are in the 59 range, so we'll see how they do here.
Samuel's coming out strong in lane 2 right now. Leads the wall into the first 50 just. Lane 5, Boston kind of caught him back
really,
up.
I mean,
but Samuel's got the lead here.
yeah.
Not by a lot. After the turn, it's gonna be tight going into the wall. Lane 6 and 5. I think Samuel might be the first to the wall though in lane 2.
I think he's gonna get it.
He is.
Yep. So Samuel comes in at 58.54.
He dropped a tenth of time.
Nice, nice, nice. Boston came in at 59.02, so he also PR'd. So nice job. Okay, heat 7. We have Braden Brune, lane 1, Skyridge. Lane 2, Tyler Gibby, Skyridge. Lane 3, Skylar Taylor, Skyridge. Lane 4, Easton Gunn, Lone Peak. Lane 5, Nash Clinton, American Fork. Lane 6, Tristan Bailey, Pleasant Grove. Lane 7, Nathan Wright for Skyridge. And lane 8 is Kaysen Kutum for Pleasant Grove.
Yeah, there's only 2 seconds between everybody in this whole heat. So it could be anybody's race.
Right now, it looks like Skylar and maybe Braden.
Yeah, 1 and 3. Yup.
Well, but it's hard.
Braden and Skylar in 1 and 3. Skylar in 3 really starting to pull the advantage on this pack. Second place is completely up for grabs.
Oh yeah, he's got it. Oh, maybe not. I don't know.
I think he's got enough to hold off the challenge coming from Nash in lane 5. Nash in lane 5 is looking like he's going to make the case for second place.
Skylar's at 57.44, so just a little bit slower than his seat time.
Oh, we're on heat 8,
Nash
right?
came in second. Okay, heat 8. We have David N. in lane 1 with Westlake. Lane 2 is Cooper Pope, Timpanogos. Lane 3, Jackson Zurcher, Lone Peak. Lane 4, Josh Ibarra, Pleasant Grove. Lane 5 is Max Murdoch, Orem. Lane 6, Benjamin Summerhays, Westlake. Lane 7, Wyatt Buchanan, Westlake. And lane 8 is Samuel DeBry with Lone Peak.
Okay, so no lane 3, no lane 8 for this race. David in lane 1. Oh, we got 3 people going to the wall at the same time. David and Cooper, lanes 1 and 2. Lane 4, you got Josh. That's your first place race right now, and it belongs to any of them. Second place, you're seeing a second place race between lanes 5, 6, and 7. Lanes 1 and 2 are making the push. David and Cooper. And lane 2, Cooper Pope takes first place, and lane 1 to second place. David.
56.54, so just a little bit slower than the seat time. Okay, heat 9. We have Gage T with Mountain View. Lane 2 is Jack Haney, Lone Peak. Lane 3, Cole Ehat with American Fork. Lane 4, Cameron Barney, Westlake. Lane 5 is Braden Scott, Cedar Valley. Lane 6, Nate Anderson, Pleasant Grove. Lane 7 is Kai Nidegger for Pleasant Grove. And lane 8 is Ryan Larson for Orem. This is going to be a fast race. We've got Cameron Barney at 46.90.
Oh, Braden Scott in lane 5 is having a swim right now. Look at that. I mean, that turns the thing of beauty. in it and off the wall so hard. Look at him putting that. I'm really surprised to see this right now, to put this much distance on the field. This is a really fast heat, but Braden's flying.
Braden is definitely going to take the lead here.
Looking like a possible PR for Braden,
Oh, yeah,
and it is.
48.90. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay.
That was impressive.
Cameron comes in second, 51.27, so he's just a little bit slower than his seat time. That was impressive. Okay, this is our 500-yard freestyle up next. Sierra Richardson is in lane 1 for Westlake. Lane 4 is Rachel Huddleston for Pleasant Grove. And lane 5 is Rachel Potts for Orem. Rachel has got a seat time of 6:56.16. For those of you who don't know, this is a 20-lap race, which is why they're 6 and 7 minutes. They get a little bit quicker as we move through the heats.
All right, so we have a guest for our broadcast. I got my daughter, my oldest daughter, Caitlin Hardy, taking over while Jen takes a minute to get a bite. Being that, this is a really long swim meet, and we want food too. So Caitlin was our first swimmer in the family.
Yep.
Swam for a couple seasons.
3. Yep.
Swam for 3 seasons, and I think she's the reason Danielle decided to swim.
Yeah, I'm just that cool.
You're just that cool. And then Danielle swimming is the reason Prescott has decided to swim, and he'll be swimming as a freshman next year. So, which makes me happy because I swam. So we got a family of swimmers.
Heck yeah, man.
So coming in on the first 100 yards here, in lane 4 of this first heat is Rachel Huddleston out front for Pleasant Grove High School. Rachel Potts in second and Sierra Richardson in third. And at this point, there's really no one's pulled out enough of a difference to matter in a 500-yard race. Did you ever swim this one?
No. No, I was not a distance swimmer. I swam the 50 and the 100 free and the relays. I was sprint all the way.
Well, I understand because I never swam the distance events. The 200 was the most I ever swam, 200 IM and 200 free. But I liked the sprints.
Danielle's kind of in a weird place because she could be a distance, but she's also a sprinter.
But she
swims
doesn't
the
want to.
200.
She complains.
I don't blame her. I wouldn't want to swim the 500. This race would suck. It's not even fun to watch.
Well, how do you really feel, Caitlin?
Only because it's so long.
It's a long race. It's a hard race to swim. But there are those, especially as we get into the final heats, who make it look just
I
amazing.
always wanted to be the person who is doing where you show them what lap they're on. Yeah. I don't know how you get that job, but I always wanted that job.
So Rachel continues to lead out front. Looks like she's got the pace for this particular heat. See, I didn't used to like watching the 500.
You didn't used to like watching the 500?
No, but I've actually found it interesting over the years to watch it now that we've kind of been streaming and paying more attention to it.
But it's just swimming back and forth a million times, 20
well,
times.
But you start to see the different swimmers swim it a different way. You have those that'll come out quick, You have those that pace themselves early on and start to pick up the pace as the race goes. You have those that just swim rock steady split times. So everybody kind of has their own strategy for how to approach the race. And you might see during the course of the race, you can see it change as someone who maybe you didn't think was in contention finds themselves in contention later on. It's a strategy game.
Just swim it and don't die.
Well, okay. No, I think that's true for a lot of the swimmers, especially in the first heats, because this is a race coach puts you in to see if you're serious about being a team member and swimming. I kid you not. Coaches have put people in the 500 just to see if they really want to put in the effort, because it's a hard race to swim. But you get into the faster heats, they're conditioned. They're not going to die swimming the 500 because they're already conditioned for it.
Yeah,
and
I
it's
guess
really
that's
now
true.
becomes a game of chess in the water on how they swim it, what their strategy is, how it plays to their strengths in the water. So we're past the halfway point. Rachel's completing lap 13 right now with that flip turn. What we do have, and I know you don't want to call it a race necessarily, we do have a race for second place. Third and fifth are going to go into the wall together 13 laps in. Yeah, you don't see a lot of sprinters in the distance events.
Well, no, it's because they're distance. The whole point is to just make it.
I swam with a guy that would swim for his 500. He was our distance specialist. And he would knock out 100-yard splits that were basically my fastest 100-yard sprint time. I hated it. Rachel's on her last 100 yards. She's on her last 4 laps.
I'm surprised that there's a full 8 lanes in heat 3.
So Sierra's just kind of running her own pace here. She was definitely back several body lengths behind Rachel when she started this race, but she has just steadily crept forward and is starting to put a body length on Sierra right now. Rachel's on her last 50 yards. I actually find the people who will get in this race and swim it and finish it, I think that shows a lot in terms of their desire and willingness to work hard.
Yeah.
It takes a lot to do it. So she finishes with a 6:51, which is a personal best for her. She dropped about 5 seconds.
That's cool. Love that for her.
I mean, at the end of the day, wasn't that what really mattered to you, was if you beat your best time?
That for sure.
All right. Sierra in second and
Do I need
Rachel
to call
Potts in
these
third.
names?
I can call names out for you if you want.
I
You want
can
to
call them, yeah.
Okay, heat 2.
Okay, no lane 1. Lane 2, Chloe. Chloe.
If you're not sure on the last name, we just skip them. Chloe F.
Chloe F. Lane 3, Jocelyn S. Lane 4, Olivia Davis. Lane 5, Abigail Kendall. Lane 6, Grace Dean. Lane 7, Dana Vasquez. No lane 8.
So Olivia Davis has the fastest seed time for this particular heat with a 6:02. Abby Kendall has the second time of 6:13. I would suspect the race is going to end up being between them. Abby in lane 5 has done a pretty good job this season of swimming against faster opponents and trying to use them to pace herself to a faster time. I know Coach has been working with her on that, and she's done a pretty good job of dropping time race after race. But yeah, Olivia coming out fairly fast compared to everybody else. Her first 100 yards definitely came out pretty quick. Abby's just on her heels at this point. And in lane 6, we've got Grace Dean, who is right there with Abby. So here's your top 3, it looks like, at this point, separating themselves. The trick is, if you're someone like Abby and you're swimming against a faster opponent, the question in this race is you cannot, even if you want to pace yourself off that person, you can't come out too fast.
Yeah, then you'll tire yourself out.
Right, because you just, that last 100 yards, it starts to get you. So you still have to swim your own race, but try and clock yourself off of your opponent.
Yeah.
Well, Abby, interestingly enough, she really is staying right there. She's staying dead even with Olivia. This is the time of the race I start just watching their split times for the 50 to see how consistent they're staying.
Have you seen Danielle? Have you been to her meet?
Yep. So that was a 37 and a 38, respectively, as Abby and Olivia are just neck and neck. Abby has a nice turn, gives herself a little distance. So the question is, Abby's come out pretty quick here. They hit the halfway mark. She's ahead of Olivia. I don't know how Olivia swims this race. Has Abby come out too fast? That's the question. For the, 10 people watching this broadcast, there's your suspense. I actually don't know how many people are on. Oh, there's actually 50 people watching right now.
That's a lot of people. What's up, y'all?
No, she's doing good. So up in lane 6, Grace Dean is in third place. Abby is taking over first place in lane 5 from Olivia Davis. She still looks like she's running strong, and their splits are staying within about a second. So they ran exactly the same splits again. And they've just both put a lap on the field now. They've put 50 yards on. They're looking to put 50 yards on the group. And Abby runs another 37.52 and another 38.43. So they're both swimming very consistently. Abby's just taking about a second a lap right now away from Olivia. Another 37.6. So Abby is staying very consistent. Olivia's gone about a second slower on that last split. So she is wearing down 50. It looks like this is her race at this point.
I wanted to always
And that
be
was
the
another
person who held
37.
the
So
sign.
she is picking it up. Well, Abby's swimming a really good race here. I'm curious to see what she does in her final time.
It's fine. I think doing the numbers is always so fun to watch. Except I feel like I would
Abby's going to
forget
take
where they
some
are.
chunks off of
I'd
her
mess it
time.
up.
Wow, 6:04. Her previous best time was a 6:13. She dropped 9 seconds from her personal best.
That's a lot of time.
That is a really good swim by Abby. Good for her. We have Olivia Davison finishes with a 6:14. She's not going to be real happy about that. It's not her. She did not have her best race today. In third place, up in lane 6, is Grace Dean.
Well, I mean,
with
I
a
don't know. How
1:32.
much do
She
you
added
really
just
need
a
to
little
see
bit
in
of
the
time,
water?
2 seconds.
You know, you're just looking down, and then you just need to know where the wall is. I feel like that's manageable.
Fourth place,
I don't know. I guess
Jocelyn
you could be pretty
S.
blind. That's a great question.
In fifth place in lane 2 is Chloe. And finishing up in lane 7 is Dana Vasquez. And we're on to heat 3. This will be our finals heat. Read those names off for us, Caitlin.
Okay, in lane 1, Emma Harding. Lane 2, Haley Tiffany. Lane 3, Paige Kelsey. Kelsey Paige Tiffany? Anyway. Lane 4, Caitlin Andrus. Lane 5, Taylor Bennett. Lane 6, Emmy Brewer. Lane 7, Hallie Larson. Lane 8, Delana Graham.
Hey, Caitlin, you got a comment here from Tyler Kelsey asking, tell us more about how you feel. Tell us more how you feel about the 500.
I'm sorry.
Oh, if I tried to swim any of these races now, I might just die. So we've got...
My bad. Didn't mean to offend anybody.
Well, Caitlin has always been one to tell you what she's thinking. So in lane 4, Caitlin Andrus is our favorite with a seed time of a 5:07. So we're expecting lane 4 to, I mean, based on seed times, pretty much dominate. Lane 2 is Haley Tiffany, who is actually, well, I should say that. Haley Tiffany is trying to keep the pace. Based on her seed time, I wouldn't expect her to be coming out this fast with Caitlin. But again, I don't know these swimmers, so I don't know how they race the race. But that 5:07 for Caitlin Andrus, that's an impressive time for a 500-yard race. The other thing you'll notice, which unfortunately, because I can only stream in 720, I don't have the bandwidth to stream 1080 from here. You'll see someone like Caitlin swimming. She's not kicking at all. She's just dragging her feet. Just a little cadence kick in there. It's really all upper body. And you've got other swimmers who have a little 1-2 or a flutter kick going. But Caitlin here is pretty much just drags her feet straight out, and it's mostly an upper body thing for her. She's not doing much at all. And she is at the halfway mark already. Oh, no, she's not. I'm ahead of myself, I think. No, that was the halfway mark. So in second place, we've got Haley Tiffany in lane 2. In third place, we've got Taylor Bennett up in lane 5 with company from Emma Brewer in lane 6. It kind of looks to me like Taylor and Emma might be are starting to pull Haley in a little bit. As Haley's kind of faded a little bit from the speed she opened with. Those lanes 5 and 6 are starting to close the gap and bring her back a little bit.
I don't know. She's still wildly ahead.
Talking about, yeah, second place.
Oh, I was like.
The race for second. No, the race for first has been decided. So last 100 yards coming up now for Caitlin Andrist. Lane 2, Haley Tiffany is hanging tough. You know what? Honestly, Taylor has made some of that time up on Haley. She's just about to her feet back up there in lane 5. She's got 3 more laps to try and fight for that second position.
I know. She's like.
Now we'll see if Caitlin starts to use her feet on her last 50. It doesn't look like it.
She's just chugging along. I'm surprised at how fast she is for just using upper body.
All right, so Caitlin got this for first. Really, the race right now is for second.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Taylor Bennett in lane 5 is within shot of taking second away from Haley Tiffany in lane 2. That is the race.
Man, she finished forever ago.
But Haley's going to go ahead and just enough to hold her off. Oh, barely. Good race. All right, so I think we're on event. We get event 14 ready while we finish up.
All right. Our boys in lane 2, we have Edgar Santos Arietta in lane 2 for Mountain View. Lane 3, I believe, is Parker Lauder for Westlake. Lane 4, James Christensen, Orem. Lane 5 is Chase Anderson for Orem, and lane 6 is Nicholas Santa Ana for Mountain View. None of these guys have a C time yet.
Sorry, we just took a second there to grab just a quick stretch there. So out front in lane 4. Is that lane? We don't have a lane. Are they in the right lanes? Yes, it helps if I look at the right. I'm looking at the wrong event. Thank you. We are missing people though, right? We don't have lanes 5 or 6 in the water. Okay. So James Christensen, coming up on the halfway point of this race, is obviously has this race well in hand at this point. Actually swimming a nice steady pace going into the halfway point right now. In lane 3, Parker Lauder in second place. And in lane 2, Edgar Santos Arieta is in third place. And we're just staying steady with that same 1, 2, 3. Now, again, we don't really know what to expect out of these since none of these have set times before. But I got to say, James looks pretty comfortable out there.
Yeah.
Running a pretty steady pace through this whole race so far. I think they just showed him the wrong board. They showed him 13. He's going into, he should have been on 15.
They gave him the wrong number. I missed it.
So now he's going to get the right board, which is 17 laps. He's on his last 75 with this flip turn. See, he's starting to get a little tired. His flip turns are quite good, but you can see when he comes off the wall, instead of holding that really tight streamline, he kind of opens it up, bends those elbows, and is reaching for that breath as soon as he can.
Now is James' pad not working? It looks like we're not counting his.
I think we got it. Yeah, it's.
Oh, there we go.
Just a little slow to register that. So he's finishing his last 25. See what this time looks like as it compares to everybody else that has times that'll be swimming. 5:34.
Yeah, nice. So really that puts him in,
puts him in that second heat, yeah. Okay, in lane 3, we've got Parker Lauder finishing his last lap. And in lane 2, we've got Edgar on his last 50.
Nice.
All right, heat 2. Let me read the names off here. The 500 free, heat 2. Lane 1, we've got Aiden K for Westlake. Lane 2 is Blake Roper for Pleasant Grove. Lane 3 is Luca Falabella for Pleasant Grove. Lane 3 is Gavin Arnett for Lone Peak. Lane 5 is Christopher Combe for Lone Peak. Lane 6, Mason Cragen for Pleasant Grove. Lane 7 is Scott Anderson for Westlake. And lane 8 is Corbin Nilsson for Cedar Valley. Favorite in this heat. Actually some pretty close times in there. Lane 3, 4, and 5 swim this within about 4 seconds of each other. Gavin in lane 4 has the best seed time of a 5:31.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're talking about. Conversation around me. I don't know what's going on. Well, as near as makes no difference, these three are all in it to win it right now.
I was going to say.
So going into the halfway point, we've got three winners who really are three swimmers who are here to
Luca, Gavin,
compete for first.
Christopher.
I mean, Gavin has just stayed ahead. It's almost like both swimmers are just riding his wake right now, just up against that. You see Luca in lane 3 has just been staying right on his hip. Well, Luca's starting to make a little move now, bringing it even. So just after the halfway point of this race, right in the middle of the race, Luca has decided it's his time to put a little more speed on.
Yeah. He's pulled ahead just a little bit, but just barely.
We've got Christopher in lane 5. He's still here. Neither of them have won this. None of them have won this race yet. It's still too close, but it looks like Christopher is starting to fade a little bit. So lap 15, 5 laps left in this race. Looks like we're seeing first and second. Stretch the lead out, stretch it out a little bit here. Now we're seeing Gavin in lane 4 start to pick up his kick a little more.
Yeah, just a little bit.
But his stroke is starting to look to me like it's not as smooth as when it started. It's starting to get a little choppy. He's looking a little tired. And Luca is putting some more distance between him and Gavin right now. Okay, last 50 yards coming up. So Luca made his move at the halfway point in the race, but he has not let up, and he's going to put more distance now between him and Gavin. Looks like this is Luca's race to win. And I would say he's looking like he's going for a PR here, a pretty good one, based on where we're at. He came in with a 5:35, and he finishes with a 5:23.
Wow.
He swam a great race. Good for
awesome.
him.
Gavin comes in at 5:26.89, so he also PR'd, so nice job to him. Christopher came in at 5:30.94, who also PR'd, so nice job.
Yeah, good race.
That was a good finish for those boys.
It's always great when you've got some competitors next to you that push you to swim just that little extra harder.
Our fourth place finish is Scott Anderson. Sixth place finish is Blake Roper.
That's nuts. What are stage times for that?
I'd have to look it up.
Aiden is just coming into the wall here in seventh. And Corbin will finish here in eighth. Okay, our heat 3. This is our last heat of our 500.
And we've got some really significantly fast times for a 500 in here. These are sprint times almost.
Yeah, so we've got Dave. I think it's David Hoyle for Lone Peak in lane 1. Max Peterson, lane 2 for American Fork. Lane 3 is Chandel Iyer for American Fork. Lane 4 is Jess Day for American Fork. Lane 5 is Caleb Wynn for American Fork. Lane 6 is Nate Moore for Sky Ridge. Lane 7 is Nathan Dutton for Lone Peak. And lane 8 is Jonah Mendenhall for Pleasant Grove. Jess Day has got a C time of 4:46.68, so that's impressive.
For guys, it just has to be a 5:04.
So in lane 4, Jess is out first and out fast. It's a 29-second split, basically.
It's impressive when they get to these times because I feel like they just kind of glide on top of the water. He's still got a long ways to go, but...
Lane 7, Nathan Dutton, and lane 1, David Hoyle, second and third right now. Based on the heat times, we expect to see the middle of the pool start to overtake them as the race goes on, but that's not always the case.
Yeah.
But Jess is not, he's not coming out slow, that's for sure. So third place has changed hands at this point. Nate Moore in lane 6 by just a hair has taken that third place spot. So at just past the halfway point of this race, Jess in lane 4 has just maintained a very favorable lead, continues to stretch it out over lane 7, which is Nathan Dutton. Nathan's swimming a really good race potentially here. We have seen lanes 6 and 5 start coming forward like we thought they might. David Hoyle in lane 1 starting to come back a little bit as the middle of the pool starts to catch up and pass him.
Jess just keeps going, which is super impressive.
He's just been knocking out 29 and 30-second splits over and over again.
Super impressive.
He's coming up with 5 laps to go at this flip turn. Okay, now we're starting to see lane 7. Nathan's starting to fall back into the grasp of Nate and Caleb in lanes 6 and 7. So second place now has become a race between lanes 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah.
That is your second place race. Going in with 4 laps to go, the last 100, those guys are going to hit the wall together for second place. Jess is still rolling. He's starting to get, I can see him. He's breathing every stroke.
Yeah.
And he's looking a little tired, but he's on his last 50, and he's gutting it out.
See
the
how
race
he
is for
does
second.
here.
So we've seen Nathan now kind of fall back in this last little bit. These last 50 yards are going to determine that second place race. Caleb Wynn in lane 5, Nate Moore in lane 6. Caleb about a half a body length going into the last turn. They come out even. So Jess is finished with a 5:52.
4:52.
4:52.
4:52, which is a little bit slower than his seat time.
Oh, that is a race for second. Holy cow.
So second goes
less
to
than less
Caleb.
than a tenth of a second after 20 laps. Separates second place.
5:04:38, and Nate comes in third at 5:04:42. So all a little bit slower than their seat time. Okay, the women 200-yard freestyle is up next. In lane 3, we have Pleasant Grove. We have Chloe F., James Anderson, Paige M., because I can't read it, and Lizzie Peterson. In lane 4 is Cedar Valley. Abigail Butters, Shaylee Kluber, Ashlyn Lockwood, Caitlin Berry. In lane 5 is Timpanogos. We have Mika Fisher, Joanna Bame, Sid Orton, and Sarah Becker. None of these groups have a seat time yet, so we'll see how they do here.
Yeah, we don't know what we're going to see here. Looks like we're just trying to get all the swimmers up. They might be taking a brief break. Just, I don't know what we've got here, but they're definitely taking time getting everybody here
Yeah,
to the
I'm not sure what's happening, but we're.
It's like we're just a little slow getting all the swimmers up here.
We are.
Okay, we're getting started here. So this is 50 laps each. 50 laps.
50, wow.
Wow.
That's a lot.
That would be a long relay. These are 2 laps apiece, 50 yards each.
You thought 20 was a lot.
So in lane 3, Chloe is going to bring the Pleasant Grove into the first exchange ahead. We'll see Cedar Valley and Timpanogos go in together. Cedar Valley gets a little better exchange there. Abigail Butters hit the wall, and Shayla Kluber's in the water now.
You've got Jane on her way back here with Paige on deck.
Yep. Shaylee Kluber trying to claw back some of that time they lost in the first 50, but looks like they're going to maintain. Paige in the water for Pleasant Grove.
Ashland just went in the water for Cedar Valley. And Sid is in for Timpanogos.
So Pleasant Grove continues to hold the lead. They had a good turn here from Ashland Lockwood. She's actually made up we've made up about a body length. It's going to be up to Caitlin Reary.
Got Lizzie in the water.
That was a deep dive by Caitlin. So Lizzie, it looks like she's going to hold off everyone for first place. Caitlin has to hold off Sarah Becker from Timpanogos, who's going to make it really tight for second place. If not, Caitlin saw her on that last breath, but it was too late. It was too late. Caitlin took a breath to her left at the last second and saw her coming.
Comes in third.
But it was just...
Okay. Heat 2, we have lane 1 is Pleasant Grove. We have Elizabeth Stobart, Mackenzie Cook, Robin Hall, Kate Platt. Lane 2, Sky Ridge, Jocelyn Smith, Sydney Harding, Megan Allen, Jane Hillman. Lane 3 is Sky Ridge, Hazel Strong, Jersey Matthews, Kylie Hunt, Marissa Carter. Lane 4, Sky Ridge, Kara Willits, Kate Pullman, Jade Matthews, Alyssa Huff. Lane 5 is Lehigh, Allie Nilsson, Taya Kendall, Gabrielle Dahl, Jocelyn Scheiss. Lane 6 is Mountain View, Raina Ordonez, Madison Wynn, Erica F., and Aubrey Steed.
No one in 7.
Oh, no one in 7.
Nope.
All right.
Sky Ridge coming to the wall first. Kayla Willits.
Yeah, I think Willits
brought them in, and we've got Kate Pullman in the water for Sky Ridge in lane 4 right now. Race for second is strong. Lanes 1, 3, and 5 all going into the turnabout together. Mackenzie Cook in lane 1 has put Pleasant Grove into that second place position. She actually took quite a bit of time out of the other second place contenders with that swim.
Yeah, Sky Ridge is looking really strong here.
So this is Jade Matthews in the water for Sky Ridge right now. In second place, we've got Robin Hall in lane 1. And in third place in lane 3 is Kylie Hunt.
We got Alyssa Huff in the water for Sky Ridge. And they have got a full, it feels like almost a full lap on the rest of the swimmers here.
Looks like 1, 2, and 3 is pretty well sorted at this point. So Alyssa Huff finishing up for Sky Ridge, who's going to take first.
Sky Ridge has got a C time of 2:03.26. They touch at 1:52.67, so that was impressive. They took off a ton of time. Sky Ridge also comes in for second place at 1:53.67, so both of those teams PR'd, so nice job.
All right.
Lane 5 is Lehigh, 2:08.60. They were a little bit slower than their C time. Nice job. Okay, up next is Heat 3. We have Mountain View, Lane 1, Annika Wood, Elizabeth Wilson, Sarah Shipley, Kaylee Barr. Lane 2, Lehigh, Kaylee Dixon, Rylan Hellawell, Madeline Wilkinson, Corbin Soderquist. Lane 3 is Orem, Ashley Ramage, Liv Valinja, Rachel Potts, McKenna Richards. Lane 4, Lehigh, Sydney Zermley, Liesl Ford, Jana Patlin, Addison Zobrist. Lane 5 is Cedar Valley, Alyssa Roth, Danielle Hardy, Dory Tweedy, Ellie Srogas. Lane 6, Timpanogos, Raiden Harris, Abby Pickard, Evie Murdoch, Taya Reiser. Lane 7, Westlake, I think it's Jada Olson, Lily Blackburn, and Natalia Villarreal, McKay Louder. Lane 8 is Westlake, Brinley, Odekirk, Savannah Fowler, Ava Cheney, and Reagan Wardwell.
So Alyssa Roth leading Cedar Valley in for the first place in the exchange, or right near it. It's going to be basically the same exchange. Danielle Hardy in the water for Cedar Valley in lane 5. And she's got to hold off a charging Liesel Ford in lane 3. They're pretty much right where they enter the water. Danielle picks up about a half a body length on that flip turn. And she's going to give a little more breathing room to Cedar Valley as they hit the wall, but not a lot.
We've got Dory in the water for Cedar Valley.
Dory Tweedy, yep. Dory's keeping it right where she got it right now.
Lehigh is...
Eve Murdoch is creeping up on Dory, trying to bring it even. And she's
Ellie
just
Sorokas is about to go in the water. Oh, and they're going to be...
Cedar Valley could have had a better exchange there. I think they probably could have got off the block a little faster. So Tava Reiser in lane 5 is taking... She's taking a full body length, it looks like, out of that. And Cedar Valley is in trouble here for even second place. They're going to fall to third in that those last anchor swims were really strong by Orem and by
Timpanogos,
yeah.
Timpanogos is 148.85, so they dropped a significant amount of time. Lane 4 is Lehigh, 150.96. They also PR'd.
Oh, everybody, yes. Yeah, everybody PR'd, didn't they? Cedar Valley PR'd on that as well.
151.61, so nice job.
All right, heat 4. We've got some fast girls coming up in this last heat.
Lane 1 is Westlake, Olivia Bell, Holly Wink, Elizabeth Lincoln, Brianna Wheeler. Lane 3 is Pleasant Grove, Sophie Scoville, Camry Hancock, Lily Hyde, Eden Smith. Lane 5 is Lone Peak, Taylor Bennett, Grace Wilson, Kennedy Bennett, Dylan Egbert. Lane 6 is Lone Peak, Isabel Arnett, Sophie Topham, Isabella Robinson, Emma Brewer. Lane 7 is Lone Peak, London Egbert, Emma Bartholomew, Paige Petty, and Delana Graham.
So lane 5, Isabel Arnett. No, lane 5, Taylor Bennett brings Lehigh to the wall, Lone Peak to the wall first. Really good exchange there too, with Grace Wilson in the water for Lone Peak. American Fork, we don't know who those swimmers are. American Fork in second place in lane 4. Second place is up for grabs though right now. Another really good, solid exchanges from that Lone Peak team. Kennedy Bennett in the water.
They are solid.
Lanes 3 and 4 duking it out for second place right now.
We've got Dylan
Lily
about
Hyde
to go in the water.
Yeah, Lily Hyde in lane 3, and now we've got Eden Smith in lane 3 for Pleasant Grove. But Lone Peak with Dylan as their anchor is going to take first place. It looks like American Fork is going to pull out and take that second place spot.
Wow, 137.67.
137?
Oh, wait.
No, 143. 143.59. I was going to say 137.
Yeah, I was like, wow. Clock was having a moment. Okay, our men are up next. Lane 1 is Pleasant Grove. Caden Finlayson, Tristan Bailey, Luca Falabella, and Mason Cragen. Lane 2 is Mountain View. I think it's JP Rickerus, Maxwell Wright, Gavin Reed, Wyatt Peterson. Lane 3 is Sky Ridge, Gavin Casper, Jacob Southwick, Jake Simons, Dylan Giraldi. Lane 4 is Sky Ridge, Caleb Price, Braden Brune, Max Sabin, Tyler Gibby. Lane 5 is Mountain View, Isaac Villamar, Edgar Santos Arieta, Nicholas Santa Ana, and then Daniel, I think Hernandez. Lehigh is in lane 6. Parker Stradling, Dane Dixon, Tice Gallen, and Brennan Dinsmore. Lane 7 is Orem, Holden McCord, Skylar Rasmussen, Jack Fowler, Chase Anderson. Lane 8 is Pleasant Grove, Sam Polson, Camden Newman, Kaysen Kay, and Jonah Mendenhall. Sorry, some of these names are all squished together.
Lane 2, lanes 3, 1, and 8. Actually lead out there.
Yeah, Pleasant Grove in lane 1 actually doesn't have a seat time. Skyridge is the time to beat at 1:55 flat.
Yeah, lanes 1 and 8 do not have seat times, and they are leading out right now for that first place position. Lanes 3 and 4 are right in there. I mean, it's still anybody's race right now. Nobody's claimed first yet. Although Luca in lane 1 wants to claim first, as he's definitely putting some space between him and everyone else. Up in lane 8, Kaysen pushing for that second position. It's down to the anchors. Jonah Mendenhall in lane 1.
These guys are just fast.
It's like he's stretching that advantage a little bit. Although lane 8, I don't think they have enough time to make it back. They do not. Lane 1's going to take first, lane 8's going to take second, so that's going to be Pleasant Grove first in this heat, with Pleasant Grove second in this heat.
142.94
who's gonna be
is what
third?
Pleasant Grove comes in at, and also 145.88. Fourth place is Skyridge at 148.28, right? So they actually beat their seat time as well, so nice job.
Yeah, less than a tenth of a second.
148.30.
You got the right one?
148.28, yeah, right?
Yeah, less than a tenth of a second between third and fourth. They were
Nice.
just neck and neck heading into that.
Okay, our heat 2, we have Westlake in lane 1, Matthew Buchanan, Ethan Petroni, Ethan Hammonds, Andrew Brown. Lane 2 is Lehigh, Andrew Pullman, Ashton Hallowell, Adam Del Castillo Call, Dallin Johnson. Lane 3 is Westlake, Zachary Cowden, Scott Anderson, Parker Lauder, Skylar Torgerson. Lane 4 is Mountain View. It's Denoso, Cody Romrell, Jacob Thompson, Gage Tobiason. Lane 5 is Timpanogos, Mason Ackley, Nate Allred, Ammon, P. Cooper Pope. Lane 6, Cedar Valley, Corbin Nelson, Jacob Nelson, Tate Scott, Braden Scott. Lane 7, Skyridge, Wade Ogden, Lincoln Burr, Skylar Taylor, Mason Hemmert. Lane 8, Lehigh, Tyler, I think it's London, Jacob Edwards, Kohler Barton, and Cade Boyle.
Yeah, Wade Ogden and Andrew Pullman, lane 7 and 2, led out for their respective teams there. Lane 7, we've got Lincoln Burr in the water, and he is creating an advantage over Ashton Hallowell in lane 2 for Lehigh. But it's Lehigh and Skyridge in the far lanes battling it out right now. Lane 7, Skylar Taylor maintaining that gap and maybe adding to it a little bit here over Lehigh in lane 2. Lehigh in lane 2 is going to get some company, it looks like, from lane 5, which is Timpanogos. And Ammon in the water for Timpanogos. So up in lane 7, Skyridge has this locked up. Mason Hemmett is finishing up. And lane 2, Lehigh, Dallin Johnson into the wall ahead of lanes 5 and 6, but not coming out ahead of lanes 5 and 6. Lane 6 may take this. That is Braden Scott in lane 6, doing what Braden Scott does,
So
which is turning big gaps into wins.
Skyridge comes in at 136.25, and Cedar Valley comes in at second at 143.19. So that was impressive.
I mean, yeah, Skyridge had that.
Mountain
They
View comes
swam
in
it.
at third at 144.31, so they were a little bit slower than their seat time.
Yeah, Skyridge had that beginning to end, but I didn't see that Braden Scott was coming up.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, lane 6 is in contention. I just didn't see it coming.
All right, this is our last heat for our boys. In lane 1, we have Lone Peak Giovanni and Tate Johnson, Christopher Combe, Boston Gunther. Lane 2 is Lone Peak, Jackson Zurcher, David Hoyle, Noah Topham, Jackham Haney. Lane 3 is American Fork. Lane 4 is Pleasant Grove, Kai N, Nathaniel Harris, Braden Fairbanks, Nate Anderson. Lane 5 is Westlake, Brandon Blackwood, Benjamin Summerhays, Wyatt Buchanan, Cameron Barney. Lane 6 is Orem. I think it's Samuel Ward, Kay Habino, Marcus M, and Ryan Larson. Lane 7 is American Fork. Lane 8 is Lone Peak, Gavin Arnett, Layden Christensen, Jacob Daniels, and Jacob Ogden.
So American Fork in lane 3 with the advantage right now. And lane 4 is Pleasant Grove, closely followed, if not identically followed, up in lane 7, which is also American Fork. American Fork with the advantage going into the last exchange. In the water in lane 4 is Nate Anderson for Pleasant Grove. And up in lane 5, we've got Cameron Barney for Westlake, who is going to try and make a push for that second place. I don't think he's got enough room to make it. Well, American Fork leads that wire to wire. Pleasant Grove in second and Westlake in third.
Yeah, American Fork beats their C time by just a little bit, 1:31.67. Okay, this is our women's 100-yard backstroke. Lane 3 is Allie Baldemar for Timpanogos. Lane 4 is April Lopez for Mountain View. And lane 5 is, I think it's Nino Perez for Mountain View. And none of these girls have a C time yet.
So it looks like we've just got swimmers in 4 and 6. Oh, well, not 6. That.
If they're in 6, I don't
Why
know
are
who
they
are.
Why are they in 4 and 6?
I don't know. So I don't know who we actually have in the pool.
It looks like we're in the wrong lanes.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
3, 4. So
Why are
maybe,
we in 6? Maybe she needs to be over in 5.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so there seems to be some confusion down at the blocks, so I think they might be seeing what we're seeing.
We're not sure what's happening.
Now there's some back and forth down at the blocks right now.
So my guess is she's supposed to be in the next heat.
It looks like she might have been a heat ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so we just have Allie and I think it's April.
They're still talking some things over down there. But as it looks right now, we don't have lane 5. Okay. So we are racing. So we've got Allie in lane 2 and Abril in lane 4.
Well, yeah, if it's correct, it's not even listed right on the heat sheet, so we're not sure. I'm not sure who's in the pool.
Well, that's what we believe.
Okay.
It's all we've got. So Abril Lopez in lane 4 is looking like she's got this heat well in hand. And again, both these swimmers are setting their first time for this event. So Abril coming into the flags. She'll set her initial time at a 1:31.59. And Ali Baldemar finishing up in lane 3. Which doesn't look like she hit the pad.
She didn't hit it, okay.
Clock's still going, okay.
All right. All right, we have Lucy Johnson in lane 1 for Lone Peak. Lane 2 is Raina Orr for Mountain View. Lane 3 is Megan Allen Skyridge. Lane 4, Ashley Ramage Orem. Lane 5 is Grace B for Westlake. Lane 6, Audrey Spencer for Mountain View. Lane 7 is April Garrett for Orem. And then lane 8 is Elise McNett for Westlake. Time to beat on this is Ashley with Orem at 1:25.47.
Yeah, we are missing Ashley.
Oh.
I think we're missing lane 4
and
and 5.
Yeah.
So right now, lane 1, Lucy Johnson into the wall first. And up in lane 8, we've got Elise McNett in second. So the two outer lanes look like is where the race is going to be. So Lucy heading into the flags for her final turn, well in control of first place. With Lucy in lane 1. Elise in lane 8 has control of second place. Races for third between Raina and Megan. Raina in lane 2 and Megan Allen in lane 3. Lucy will hit the wall and touch with a 1:16.05. And Lisa's going to touch in second, up in lane 8. And in lane 2, Raina finishes up third place with a 1:31.88.
Okay, let's see. Lane 1 for Pleasant Grove. Lane 2 is Sydney Harding Skyridge. Lane 3 is Kaylee Dixon for Lehigh. Lane 4, Shaylee Kluber, Cedar Valley. Lane 5 is Micah Fisher for Timpanogos. Lane 6 is Emily Nelson for American Fork. Lane 7 is Sarah Shipley for Mountain View. And Macy Allen is in lane 8 with Orem. Time to beat here is Shaylee Kluber at 1:18.43. Are we? Oh, nope, we've got everybody. Okay.
Is Danielle actually going to kick?
Right now, Shaylee is ahead, but just barely. Cora is also going to touch here.
Yeah, they are
right
neck
now
and
it's
neck.
Shaylee and Maka.
Yeah, they are 1 and 2. Third place is the rest of the pool right now.
Yeah.
So Shayla a little behind at this point. She's going to have to dig if she wants to claw that back. Third place is looking like it might be lane 7 up at the top of the pool.
I think Mega is going to touch here first. 1:18.38, so she PR, so nice job to her. Shaylee comes in at 1:19.63, and Sarah comes in third, 1:20.73. Okay, heat 4, we have Kaylee Bro for Pleasant Grove, lane 1. Lane 2, Jane Sanderson, Pleasant Grove. Lane 3, Dayton Call, Pleasant Grove. Lane 4, Paige McCowan, Pleasant Grove. Lane 5, Elsie Adamson, Skyridge. Lane 6 is Gabrielle Dahl, Lehigh. Lane 7 is Kate Platt for Pleasant Grove. And lane 8 is Sierra Richardson for Westlake. Paige has got the time to beat here at 1:15.63.
So in lane 2, we've got Jane Sanderson who's leading everybody out. Lane 1 right next to her is her teammate, Kaylee Bro.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to say her last name.
Those two are leading the pack right now, lanes 1 and 2. Third place is anyone in lane 4, 5, or 6.
Jane looked like on her last flip turn that she may have hit the line.
So this is close.
Yes, she does
It
here.
looks like Kaylee putting on has a little more maybe left in the tank. She might just out-touch her for that first place position.
So nice.
She does by about 1/10 of a second.
So Callie comes in at 1:16.25, which is a huge, she took off a ton of time, so that's impressive. Jane touched the second at 1:16.39. They both PR'd.
You can go if you want. So heat 5, Alyssa Roth lane 1, Anika Wood lane 2, McKay Louder lane 3, Mimi Johnson lane 4, Robin Hall lane 5, Danielle Hardy lane 6, go Danielle, Haley Watts lane 7, and Amanda Duraldi lane 8. Favorite in this heat is Mimi Johnson in lane 4. So Mimi is out front. Second place right now is up for grabs with just about everybody, although in lane 3, McKay Louder is trying to creep up on Mimi. Mimi holding that advantage. Second place is still kind of up for grabs. Mimi on her last turn. Danielle looking like she's got a shot at second. But in lane 3, McKay Louder is stretching in there too. So I think McKay Louder is going to take that second place spot. No, Danielle PRs. Good job, kiddo. Danielle PRs and takes that second spot away with a 1:10.79. Good job.
All right. Where are we at? We at the men. Oh, and the women.
We're on the last heat, 6.
Okay. All right. Had to have a moment. All right. Lane 1 is Isabel Arnett for Lone Peak. Lane 2 is Olivia B. with Westlake. Lane 3 is Kennedy Bennett for Lone Peak. Lane 4, Danny Cannon for Skyridge. Lane 5, Lily Hyde for Pleasant Grove. Lane 6, Addie Harding for American Fork. Lane 7 is Livy Adamson for American Fork. And Lane 8 is Raiden Harris for Timpanogos. The time to beat here is Danny Cannon at 101.67, which is just
Yeah, but Lily Hyde got off to a killer start in lane 5. She's cruising right now. She's got a full body length on Danny Cannon in lane 4. And Danny's, you saw Lily look at Danny. Danny was starting to pull her in a little bit. Lily got a great turn though. But Danny's trying to reel her in, but I just don't think it's going to be enough.
Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Lily takes it at 101.56, so nice job. She
That's
PR'd.
a personal best, yeah.
And Danny Cannon comes in at 102.15. So she is just a little bit slower than her seed time. Addie comes in third at 104.40. Nice job, ladies. All right, our 100-yard backstroke for our men. None of these guys have a time yet. So Wyatt Peterson, lane 3 for Mountain View. Lane 4, Mason Hemmert for Skyridge. And lane 5, Ashton Hellwell for Lehigh. Skyridge has looked really good in the water today. I've actually been really impressed with all of their swimmers. They're just solid.
It's a solid team. I think that's the thing most swim teams struggle with, right, is on almost any swim team you might have a few really fast swimmers, but it's having a team of fast swimmers.
Yeah.
Good job.
Super impressive. All right, Mason's coming into the wall here. $101.89 is what Mason comes in at. They've got Ashton who's coming into the wall next. For 115.85. And Wyatt will touch here with, he's just on his way back here, finishing up his last 25. Retouch, yep. 137.39. Okay, our heat 2, we have Wyatt Gillespie in lane 2 for Lone Peak. Lane 3 is Connor Beach, Skyridge. Lane 4 is Holden McCord, Orem. Lane 5, Logan Chamberlain, Cedar Valley. Lane 6 is Quincy Easterly for Lone Peak. And lane 7 is Cody Romrell for Mountain View. Holden has got a time of 1:16.91. 4 of our swimmers don't have a time. Although, are we missing?
Now it's looking like Wyatt in lane 2 and Connor in lane 3 are going to be our stronger swimmers here. Although up in lane 7, Quincy Easterly with Lone Peak is hanging in. So Connor Beach in lane 3 for Skyridge is going to hit that last turn in first place. But it is anybody's race right now, and in lane 2, Wyatt has a little more in the tank, is going to pull past him and reach back, and he is going to score that first place. Connor in second, And up in lane 7, Quincy Easterly. All of them setting their first times for this event. All right, we're on to heat 3. In lane 1, we've got Trevor Pincock for
Pleasant Grove.
Pleasant Grove.
Lane 2, Giovanni N for Lone Peak. Lane 3, Nash Clinton, American Fork. Lane 4, Andrew Pullum, Lehigh. Lane 5, Tate Johnson, Lone Peak. Lane 6, Gabe Polston for Pleasant Grove. Lane 7 is Ethan Hammonds for Westlake, and lane 8 is Zachary Robinson for Westlake.
I like how you just took over for me.
I did.
Because
you were
I was
struggling
reading
with
them
the high
slow.
school.
Yeah. It's like she's like, nope, I got this. You're slow.
Andrew's got the time to beat at a 1 minute 99.
Well, and he's in this particular heat, he's right on the edge of being in the final heat. He's the class of this heat in terms of time, which you can see in the water right now. He's got a commanding lead. Race for second is pretty much up in the air. So Andrew Pullman's got this race taken care of in lane 4. I couldn't even begin to tell you who's going to touch second place right now. There's 4 swimmers in the water who could touch second.
Andrew just PR'd at 59.95, so nice job to him. Fifth, let's see, Tate Johnson comes in at second at 105.92.
There's a half a second between second, third, fourth, and fifth.
Nash comes in third at 105.93, so a couple of them a little bit slower than their seat times. Okay, heat 4, lane 1, Truman James, American Fork. Lane 2, Lincoln Burr, Skyridge. Lane 3, Davis Miller, American Fork. Lane 4, Bryce Broadhead, Lehigh. Lane 5, Brandon Blackwood, Westlake. Lane 6, Spencer Stowers, Skyridge. Lane 7, Ryan Milner, Pleasant Grove. And lane 8 is McKay Smith for Lone Peak. Bryce has got his seat time at 52.75, so super
Which
fast.
is just,
I mean, just
that's
cruising.
fast. That is fast in the backstroke.
And, yeah. And he's moving.
Man, that is cruising for a backstroke speed. I mean, that is just absolutely ripping. Look at that.
I mean,
that's impressive to watch.
He's like a full body length ahead of everybody.
Race for second happening really up in lanes 5 and 6. Brendan Blackwood in lane 5 and Spencer Stowers in lane 6. Spencer got a better turn. And even though it looks like Bryce
comes in at 52.13, so he just PR'd. And Spencer comes in second at 54.27, so he PR'd. And Brandon Blackwood came in at 55.14.
A little slower than his seat time.
Okay, our women's 100-yard breaststroke is up next. We have Jocelyn Smith in lane 3 for Skyridge. Lane 4 is Paige Harding for Skyridge. And lane 5 is Elise Steed for Mountain View. I don't know why the MB throws me, but it does. Mountain View. I gotta stop and think about it every time.
You're giving me a hard time for reading the name slow.
It looks like we're missing our Sky. No, we're missing our Mountain View.
Yeah, we don't have a lane.
So we've got Jocelyn and Paige in the water.
So Paige Harding in lane 4 for this initial heat is going to hit that first 50 with several body lengths advantage.
Yeah, Jocelyn doesn't have a time in this yet.
So on her last turn, Paige Harding on her last 25. And she touches with a 139.
So 139.07. And Jocelyn's going to get almost there. 151.19. Okay, our heat 2. We have Madison Wynn in lane 2 for Mountain View. Lane 3 is Hazel Strong Skyridge. Lane 4 is Savannah Fowler Westlake. Lane 5, Brinley Odekirk Westlake. Lane 6 is Taya Kendall for Lehigh. And lane 7 is Rachel Potts for Orem. Savannah has the time to beat at 129.17.
So Savannah in lane 4 will hit that first turn ahead. So I will say that as you watch these heats progress in the breaststroke in particular is one where you really notice it. You'll see a progression of how the open flip turn, it's not a flip turn, it's an open turn. And you'll see that get faster and faster and the technique improve. There's a lot of time to be shaved in those turns, and especially an open turn in something like breaststroke. The tendency is to grab the wall, kind of pull yourself up and throw yourself off it. That is not the fastest way to make that turn.
Savannah is going to touch first here, it looks like. She comes in at 131.16. So a little bit slower than her seed time. Hazel comes in second at 131.71. Brinley comes in at third. So all a little bit slower. Okay, heat 3, we have Elizabeth Shago, lane 1 for Cedar Valley. Lane 2 is Paisley Hurdle, American Fork. Lane 3 is Ruby Homer for Pleasant Grove. Lane 4, Carmen Soderquist, Lehigh. Lane 5 is Kara Willits for Skyridge. Lane 6, Avery M for Pleasant Grove. Lane 7, Emily Wheeler for Westlake. And lane 8 is Lexi Jensen for Mountain View.
So up in lane 5, that's Kyra? How would you say that?
I would say Kara.
Kara? We're going to
But
say it's Kara Willits.
Willits, but could
for
be wrong.
Skyridge up in lane 5. She has a commanding lead of this. She came out really fast. Avery in lane 6, holding on to second place, but just. Second place is up for grabs, really. But Kara is up in lane 5. She has full control of this race. Second place, it looks like lane 2 is making that surge, and that's Paisley. And lane 1 is right there with her. It was kind of a late surge by everybody. Lane 1.
123.23. So Kara PRs, which is great. And Elizabeth is at 125.95, who also PR'd. Ruby comes in at 126.57, so just a little bit slower on that one. Okay, heat 4. We have Soraya Apple, lane 1 for Pleasant Grove. Lane 2 is Ashlyn Lockwood, Cedar Valley. Lane 3 is Holly Wink for Westlake. Lane 4, Emma Bartholomew for Lone Peak. Lane 5 is Cassia K for Timpanogos. Lane 6, McKenna Richards Orem. Lane 7, Reagan Wardwell Westlake. And lane 8 is Haley Edwards for Lone Peak. The time to beat in this is Emma with Lone Peak at 1:20.51.
And up in lane 5, Cassie is putting a body length ahead of everyone else. And kind of like these last couple of races, that race for second is just about the rest of the pool. Really tight.
Cassia is going to take first, it looks like.
I mean, Emma is really trying to sneak in there, but it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah. She touches at 1:21.23, so actually it's exactly her C time. And Emma comes in at 1:21.67, so just a little bit slower than her time.
So heat 5, heading in of the 6. We've got Dory Tweeter for Cedar Valley in lane 1, Mackenzie Cook for Pleasant Grove in lane 2, Paige Petty for Lone Peak in lane 3, Hannah Shields for American Fork in lane 4, Alicia Thomas for Lone Peak in lane 5, Jenna Patlin in lane 6 for Lehigh, Paige Bishop for Pleasant Grove in lane 7, and Addison Brown for Orem in lane 8. Lane 5, Alicia Thomas. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 are all 117s. And lanes 3, 4, and 5 are the ones leading. Well, up in lane 8, though, we've got Addison Brown up in lane 8. If she keeps this pace up, is swimming a very good race. Her C time's about 3 seconds slower than the people she's racing with. And she's in the running for second. Lane 5, Alicia Thomas has this put away. Second place is looking like it could be lane 8. Lane 8 or lane 4.
Well, Alicia dropped off a ton of time.
Oh,
she
yeah.
was at 1:17.28, dropped down to 1:13.70. That was impressive. Addison comes in second at 1:18. Nice.
2 seconds and a quarter.
And Hannah comes in third at 1:18.55. Yeah. Okay, this is heat 6. We have, again, I'm not sure if it's a Lillian, but we have Egbert, lane 1 for Lone Peak, lane 2, Jade Matthews, Skyridge, lane 3, Sydney Zermley, Lehigh, lane 4, Eden Anderson, American Fork, lane 5 is Madeline Wilkinson, Lehigh, lane 6, Ava Clegg, Lone Peak, lane 7 is Shelby Clegg, American Fork, and lane 8 is Isabella Robinson for Lone Peak.
Lane 4, we're seeing Eden get out to an early lead. She definitely has company in lanes 3 and 5. In lane 5, Madeline Wilkinson is dead even.
The time to beat here is 1:06.83.
No, I've got the wrong person. I've got Ava. It's Ava Clegg in lane 6 that I'm talking about. Ava Clegg in lane 6 is right there in that second place spot.
She just looked over and saw Eden.
It's going to be Eden, and then it is
1:11.06.
lane 3, just
Sydney,
0.02 of a second between second and third.
Sydney comes in at 1:12.32, so she PR'd. Nice job. And Ava comes in at 1:12.34, also PR'd, so nice job. It was a nice race. Okay, we're on number 20. This is our 100-yard breaststroke for our men. Tyler Lundell is lane 2 for Lehigh. Tate Scott, lane 3, Cedar Valley. Lane 4 is James Christensen for Orem. Lane 5 is Habino For Orem, lane 6 is Cade Boyle Lehigh, and lane 7 is Tice Galan for Lehigh.
And no one has a time in this event.
Oh, her 200 relay, Danielle's 200 is the second on from the state. It's the second on the state.
In 5A?
That's what she told me.
I thought they had dropped a lot of time. I don't know.
They're only a second from qualifying.
It's because
Well. All right, so in lane 5, I got to find my sheet here. Unfortunately, I cannot read this name. Hibino for Orem. And James in lane 4 are fighting it out. Looks like it's going to be lane 5, lane 4, with just a difference in the touch into the wall. Tate Scott in lane 3 posts a 1:17.77. Again, these are all swimmers posting for the first time what their times are for this event.
Which really is amazing that we're this far in the season and we have no times on here. You just never know. All right, heat 2, we have Sawyer Scow with Pleasant Grove in lane 1. Lane 2 is Dane Dixon Lehigh. Lane 3 is Jacob Edwards Lehigh. Lane 4 is Marcus McCord Orem. Lane 5, Eliza Shago Cedar Valley. Lane 6, Maxwell Wright for Mountain View. Lane 7 is Jack Fowler for Orem. And lane 8 is JP Ricaros for Mountain View. Time to beat here is 1:27.04 with Marcus with Orem. But right now, it looks like Cedar Valley is taking the lead by just a little bit.
Yeah, Elijah Shago about a half a body length. This is another interesting event. The one interesting thing about this event for me when it comes to breaststroke is, of all the strokes, this is the one where you can see people swim it differently the most. You'll have some who will glide. They'll do a good kick and a streamlined glide in the water, and you have others who just spin. Really high stroke rate, a lot of turnover, and you can see them go the same speed and swim it completely differently.
Yep. Marcus is catching up here. It's really going to come down to his last 25. Elijah just looked over to see where Marcus is.
Oh, and Marcos looks like he could.
He's gonna search. He's trying to search here a little bit.
He's trying. Oh, it's really close.
Oh, it's gonna
If
be
Elijah
really
can
close.
stretch out and glide in, he can get it, which he does.
Elijah comes in at 1:26.88, so he dropped off almost 4 seconds. That's impressive. Marcus comes in at 1:27.07, so he gained just a little bit of time. Okay, our heat 3, we have. Are you okay? Okay.
Sorry, we're
Sorry,
just
we
trying.
had a swimmer that slipped off the step into us.
Yeah, we're hoping not to get stepped on or fallen on top of. Okay.
Okay, Ethan Pearl is in lane 1 for Pleasant Grove. Lane 2, I think it's Caleb Price for Skyridge. Lane 3, Jacob Daniels, Lone Peak. Lane 4, Jacob Allred for Westlake. Lane 5, Chase Barrett for Lone Peak. Lane 6, Jacob Nelson, Cedar Valley. Lane 7, Camden Bells for Pleasant Grove. And lane 8 is Tyler Jackson for American Fork.
So no lane 4.
Oh, no lane 4. Okay. And no lane
And no
6?
lane
Is it
6. Yep.
Okay.
So in lane 3, Jacob excuse the cough. Jacob Daniels looks like he is he's gonna touch exactly with Chase Barrett. They're gonna hit the wall together.
Jacob Daniels has got a C time of 1:20.63.
I mean, it really looks like this should be Jacob's race, but only just.
I don't know. You've got.
And he is stretching it out as he goes into the last half of that pool.
And
And he
Chase Wright
touches
touches
first.
second.
Yep, Chase.
So Jacob Daniels touches first at 1:20.20. So he PR'd. Chase Barrett comes in at 1:21.14, so just a little bit slower than his seat time. Okay, our heat 4, we have Henry Haight, lane 1 for Westlake, lane 2, Camden Davis for Timpanogos, lane 3, Aiden Borchard for Pleasant Grove, lane 4 is Ethan Petroni, Westlake, lane 5 is Isaac Villamar for Mountain View, lane 6 is Brendan Dinsmore Lehigh, lane 7 Jacob Thompson for Mountain View, and lane 8 is Trevor Francis for Pleasant Grove.
So we're missing lane 2, but we got everybody else in the water.
So the time to beat here is 1:16.45.
So we've got lane 7, Jacob Thompson, lane 5, Isaac, lane 3. Oh my heavens, and lane 1. All of them hit the wall together. Pretty much the whole pool's in it right now. Aiden Borchard starting to put a little room on the field, except for lane 1. Henry is still with him. It's looking like lane 3 and 1. Well, second place is anybody's. First place is still up for grabs. I think Aiden is going to get into the wall first. Just glides in and barely out touches by just over a tenth of a second. Second place, Henry in lane 1.
16:62, is that right? So a little bit slower than his seat time.
So heat 5 is in the water.
Heat 5, okay. Gavin Casper, lane 1 for Skyridge. Lane 2 is Hiroto Stedman for Lone Peak. Lane 3 is Kohler Barton Lehigh. Lane 4 is Mason Ackley, Timpanogos. Lane 5, Jacob Ogden, Lone Peak. Lane 6, Tyler Wilson, Skyridge. Lane 7, Zachary Cowden, Westlake. And lane 8, Jacob Southwick, Skyridge. I was looking at the wrong heat times on the last one.
Oh, you're good. So you'll notice here, and we're not to the final heat yet, you'll see how aggressive these turns are and how differently they're making the turns. They're keeping their bodies low in the water, curling their knees and legs under to the wall.
Mason has a seat time of 1:11.96.
So lane 4 and 5 for first place. Mason in lane 4, Jacob Ogden in lane 5. Mason looks like he is going to stretch out and take it. Lane 3 looking to come in and poach in there as well.
It's going to be close.
Oh, really close.
Lane 4 is Mason.
Yep, Mason.
He touches at 1:12.97, and Jacob comes in at 1:13.19. Both of them a little bit slower. Kohler comes in third at 1:13.84. Yeah.
This is our final heat for breaststroke. We got some fast times, some very fast times coming up here.
Okay, Sam Polson, lane 1 for Pleasant Grove. Lane 2, Andrew Brown, Westlake. Lane 3 is Jacob Garces, American Fork. Lane 4, Bridger Smith, Lehigh. Lane 5, Nick Edwards, American Fork. Lane 6, Wade Ogden, Skyridge. Lane 7 is Skylar Torgerson for Westlake, and lane 8 is Caden Finlayson for Pleasant Grove.
And Bridger Smith in lane 4 is out like a cannon. That's it. That's impressive.
That is impressive.
He is the class of the field easily right here. And he's just moving. Really long underwater poles. Gets off the wall really well. Up in lane 6 is Wade Ogden in second place for Skyridge. But he's got Nick Edwards on his heels. Nick Edwards hasn't gone away.
Wow. He's going to PR. Looks like it. Wow. Wow. Wow.
59-81. Wow, that is impressive.
Wow.
Wade Ogden in second and Nick Edwards in third.
That was impressive. Impressive. Wow. Nice job.
That
is quick.
That was fun to watch.
Okay, our girls are up. Our women's 400-yard freestyle. In lane 3, we have Mountain View. We have Aubrey Steed, April Lopez, Lexi Jensen, Audrey Spencer. In lane 4, we have Cedar Valley, Ellie Sorogas, Abigail Kendall, Danielle Hardy, Dory Tweedy. Lane 5 is Lehigh, Rylan Hallowell, Jocelyn Scheiss, Allie Nilsson, and Gabrielle Dahl. Cedar Valley has got the time to beat here at 4:19:53. We'll see how they do here.
So again, this race is 4 laps for each swimmer. And this is the kind of race where the relays are where teams really get to display how much depth they have. You know, having 1 or 2 fast swimmers isn't enough when you need to win on a relay. You've got to have a stable of really fast swimmers. So Rylan, so who's in lane? That's lane 5 up there, isn't it? I'm a little confused.
Why?
Who's in lane 6?
I don't know.
We have a team in lane 6. We don't know who they are.
It could be. We don't have anybody in lane 5, right? Is lane 6 Lehigh?
I mean, we've got 4 teams in the water. There's only 3 on the heat sheet.
Okay.
So we don't know.
We don't know.
But we know that whoever's in lane 5 is winning. But Danielle,
Abigail.
Abby Kendall's in the water for Cedar Valley, and she is chasing down whoever is in lane 6. Because we don't know who that is.
I think it's a Pleasant Grove team, but I'm not positive.
They're not on the heat sheet at all. But Abby's looking to pull it even. Lehigh in lane 5 is in 3rd place. And Mountain View in lane 3 is in 4th. So they go into the wall together on that last turn. Abby's putting a little room on it. Danielle Hardy is getting ready to enter the water. Yes, that's my child. And Cedar Valley is still in the lead. Danielle in the water looking to add some room to that gap. Good turn, putting some space between her and lane 6. And she has added another, with each turn and each lap, she's putting about a full body length on lane 6 right now. Come on, Danielle, finish strong, finish strong. So she's going to help lead Cedar Valley into the last exchange with a sizable lead. Dory Tweedy will hit the water. Dory is a good, solid swimmer. She will be hard to chase down.
Yeah, I wish I knew who was in.
Yeah, I wish I knew who was in lane 6.
We don't know who's in lane 6. So.
I do know Cedar Valley's winning. That's what we know, at least this heat.
They have a seed time of 4:19:53, so we'll see how they do here.
Oh, they're on track to beat it. We'll see what happens. So Dory's on her last 50. Go on, Dory. Bring it home.
think they're
Looking
going to
like
beat
they're
it.
going to be well under it.
Nice.
By 10 seconds? A little over 10 seconds.
4:08:51. Wow.
10, 11 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, very nice.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a good, they dumped a lot of time on that.
All right, we think our Pleasant Grove, I think it's Pleasant Grove, came in second at 4:18:60. Mountain View comes in at 4:44:34, so they PR'd as well. Sorry, that was Lehigh. 4:44:34. They're a little bit slower. Lane 3 is Mountain View. They're just coming into the wall. 4:44, let's see, 5:15:64. Okay, our boys are up next. We have Timpanogos, Abby. Oh, sorry. We have another round of girls. Timpanogos in lane 1. Abby Pickard, Sydney Orton, Cassia Kay, Taya Reiser. Lane 2 is Sky Ridge with Caitlin Andres, Amanda Giraldi, Alyssa Huff, Danny Cannon. Lane 3 is Pleasant Grove, Lily Hyde, Camry Hancock, Sophie Schofield, Eden Smith. Lane 4 is American Fork. Lane 5 is Lone Peak, Ava Clegg, Haley Tiffany, Emma Brewer, Taylor Bennett. Lane 6 is Westlake, Hallie Larson, Elizabeth Lincoln, Olivia B., and Brianna Wheeler. Lane 7 is Orem, Olivia Smith, Addison Brown, Macy Allen, and Maddie Garside. American Fork has the time to beat this in lane 4. Right now they're neck and neck. Their time is 3:40:28, which is super impressive. American Fork is in the water, but really they're all just neck and neck here. Lone Peak and American Fork are right on each other's tails here. Lone Peak comes out in front, just barely. Lone Peak has pulled ahead. They have got a commanding lead. American Fork is trying to catch up here. We don't have the names of the American Fork swimmers, but Lone Peak is still ahead. I believe we've got Emma Brewer in the water. Second or third. Okay, so Taylor is in the water with Lone Peak, and she has still got a commanding lead. Looking really, really solid here. Lone Peak is on their last 50, I believe. Oh, but we've got lane 2 that has surged here. Oh, nope, that was behind the lap. Okay, so Lone Peak comes in first at 3:49.48, so just a little bit slower than their seed time. American Fork comes in at 3:52.30, also a little bit slower. Pleasant Grove comes in at 4:02.16. That was an awesome race. Nice job. Okay, now it's our men's. Lane 3 is Mountain View. Jackson F., Isaac Villamar, Edgar Santos, and Cody Romrell. Lane 4 is Cedar Valley. Corbin Nelson, Jacob Nelson, Tate Scott, and Braden Scott. Lane 5 is Timpanogos. Mason Ackley, Arnold Mata Contreras, Ammon P., and Cooper Pope. Cedar Valley has got the time to beat of 3:54.94. Timpanogos is ahead in lane 5.
No real advantage for anybody this early in this long a race. But Timpanogos has the advantage anyway.
Yeah, Jacob!
Corbin with a late push actually brings Cedar Valley just ahead as they hit the wall. Jacob in the water for Cedar Valley stretches that advantage out going in on his first lap. Good smooth turn, puts more space between himself.
Yeah, this is a really strong group of boys.
So Timpanogos and Mountain View are head to head. They're just matching strokes right now. Jacob with Cedar Valley is extending the advantage in lane 4. Tate Scott on the block, ready for the exchange for Cedar Valley. Will be followed by his brother Braden Scott when he completes. That's pretty awesome. They get to swim together on the same team for a little bit.
Yep.
So Mountain View pulls an advantage on that last
exchange.
Yeah, that last group.
Tate is a good pool length ahead. I mean, he's like a whole lane ahead.
Is Tate a sophomore?
Yes, I think so.
So Tim Fuse bringing it even again.
Not Tim Fuse.
No,
Timpanogos.
Timpanogos brings it even again up in lane 5 and starts to take over that second place spot.
Tate's coming into the wall, and Braden is about to go in.
Braden's going to put the exclamation point on this.
Yeah. Who is just like a bullet in the water. He is impressive. Super fun to watch.
Braden, you know, I keep seeing him do this, and it's still fun every time.
It's just impressive. He's just fast. They have a seat time of 3:54.94, so we'll see. My guess is that Braden will beat that.
It looks like they'll beat that, yes.
Nice, nice.
3:48.
3:48.56. Nice job. So awesome. Timpanogos has got a seat time of 4:03.32. They're going to touch at 4:07.85, so just a little bit slower than their normal time. Mountain View will touch here at 4:16.69, also slower than their seat time. Okay, our last heat of the night is Lane 1, Westlake. David N., Parker Louder, Scott Anderson, Wyatt Buchanan. Lane 2 is Orem, Carlos Rodriguez, Samuel Ward, Ryan Larson, Max Murdoch. Lane 3 is American Fork. Lane 4 is Pleasant Grove. Kai N., Ryan Milner, Braden Fairbanks, Nate Anderson. Lane 5 is Lone Peak, Noah Topham, David Hoyle, Nathan Dutton, Jack Haney. Lane 6 is Lehigh, Andrew Pullum, Tanner Bergstrom, Bridger Smith, Bryce Broadhead. Lane 7 is Sky Ridge, Mason Hemmert, Tyler Gibby, Nathan Wright, and Nate Moore.
And we're not going to be able to
And as you can tell,
hear ourselves think.
the crowd is excited.
American Fork has the lead after that first 50. Don't have the names of the swimmers, unfortunately, in lane 3. But American Fork has the lead. Out in lane 8, I don't even know who's in lane 8. They're not on the sheet. So I don't know who's in lane 8. Lane 7 is Skyridge. Skyridge making a move on American Fork, but American Fork's going to get into the wall first. Skyridge up in lane 7, keeping it close. Kind of honestly a late exchange on 7. They could have got off the block quite a bit earlier. So American Fork continues to hold the advantage in lane 3. Race for second is between lane 4, Pleasant Grove, and lane 6, Lehigh, and Skyridge in 7, and whoever's in 8. Although race for second is no longer a race for second. Ryan Milner in lane 4 has kind of pulled out and solidified for the moment that second place spot. American Fork continues to stretch their advantage in lane 3. Braden Fairbanks in the water in lane 4 for Pleasant Grove in the second place spot. Up in lane 6, Bridger Smith is trying to keep Lehigh in that third spot. Lane 5, Nathan Dutton for Lone Peak is on his heels. All right, we got American Fork coming in for their final exchange. In lane 4 for Pleasant Grove, Nate Anderson's in the water. Up in lane 6 for Lehigh, Bryce Broadhead is in the water. So American Fork in first place in lane 3. Pleasant Grove in lane 4 in second place, but they're coming under pressure from Lehigh in lane 6. Lehigh can take this. Lehigh is making the push for second place. This is going to come all the way down to the end. First place is said and done. American Fork has that wrapped up. But Lehigh on that turn comes out a half a body length ahead, and they're going to sneak ahead of Pleasant Grove and take that second place spot.
Nice. American Fork PR'd 3:21.08. Nice job. Lehigh,
great race. That was fun to watch.
Lehigh comes in at 3:28.82. They all PR'd. Pleasant Grove is at 3:36.12. Nice job. Oh, 3. Who's third place? 3:30.82.
Yeah, third place was Pleasant Grove.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Lehigh snuck in there and took it from him. Well, everyone, this has been a really fun. When did we start?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. It is now almost 8. This has been a fun 5 hours. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with us. Not that anyone else was streaming.
Right.
No one had a choice.
Yeah, have a great night.